सबको भेज दो। Swati, the final call. Pravash and other side in VIP. बोल दिया. Guys, come here. Hey. So let us just start. It's 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, the other investors and dignitaries join in. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bhashni Connect investor pitching session. Thank you for all for coming here. Today we gather not only to celebrate the innovation and entrepreneurship, but also to witness the future of groundbreaking ideas powered by voice, powered by Bhashni. The event marks a significant milestone where six exceptional winners of Bhashani Startup Velocity will showcase their innovations in front of eminent investors and going to pitch for their particular solution for which they are looking for the funds for. Potentially paving the way for impactful investment opportunities, the people are going to demonstrate the innovative technologies they have built on top of the Bhashani stack. So as we embark on this journey of discovery and possibility using Bhashani as a stack, as a backend, I'm delighted to announce that our CEO will be honoring these winners with Bhashani Navachar medals also. It's one of its kind medals ever to be inducted in the innovation ecosystem to facilitate the groundbreaking innovations that are actually impacting the last mile. To the winners, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. Your hard work, creativity is now giving the fruits back, and your vision have brought an actual paradigm shift in the innovation segment available in the natural language technology domain. To our esteemed investors, thank you for joining us today, that too on a short notice. Your presence here underscores the importance of collaboration and partnership that DIBD is going to do with you today and for the fostering growth of the nation. We look forward to the potential collaboration and investments that may arise from today's presentations. Looking forward for the good offers. So this event is not just about pitches and investment. We have designed the event to have the creating supportive ecosystem where the ideas thrive, partnership flourish, and dream turns into the reality. So without any further delay, let us begin the exciting journey of exploration, inspiration, and collaboration with Digital India Bhashni Division. Welcome to BSV event. So with that, I would like to move to the next agenda. I would like to welcome our chief guest, Shri Amitabh Nag, and the eminent investors to do the lamp lighting ceremony, please. Event team can help, please. Requesting all the investors and CEOs sir to please come for the lamp lighting ceremony. Ishpreet. पीछे.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः
Thank you.
आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च.
So let us just start the journey of the BSV event, that is a pitching session of Bhashani Connect, by inviting our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO Bhashani. It's an honor to welcome Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO of Digital India Bhashani Division, Director of Digital India Corporation. To this gathering, Mr. Nag's leadership and vision have been instrumental in driving the National Language Translation Mission. By doing that, I would like to initiate the first key moment of this particular event to facilitate the investors available with us. So, I would like to have Mr. Pravash Dey on stage. Would like to have a backend team to please provide the Bhashini badge that we are going to give to our eminent investors. Can we have the slides? Yes. Guys, please have a round of applause for Mr. Prabhash Dey for joining the VSV Connect Summit. Next, can we have Mr. Dhruv Madan? Please come on stage and have the Bhashini badge of honor, please. Next. Next, can we have Mr. Harshit Agarwal? Mr. Shan Sachdeva, please. Mr. Shan Sachdeva. Yes, can we have Mr. Amit Gupta and Mr. Suman Sen Gupta? Please. As ma'am just entered, would like to have Dr. Vibhuti Agarwal to please come on stage and get the badge of Bhashini, please. So as a next point, sir, please be on stage. Would like to have our CEO, Mr. Amitabh Nag, to deliver the presentation on Bhashini achievements and milestones. Can we have the presentation, please?
Thank you, Ajay, and thank you to everyone for being here. This is one of the first of such events which we are organizing, and there would be more such events which will come up as we proliferate the language technologies to the last mile. And as you know, that our endeavor has been to ensure not only we have the deep tech collaboration, but also sustenance of that deep tech collaboration over a period of time. I was just speaking to him when we were sitting here that, a lot of things we are actually embarking into a journey of unknowns, and hence we are taking smaller steps. There are events which are getting bigger, but we are taking a smaller steps to move forward. I thought that this will be a appropriate time to actually look back and look forward as far as Bhashni's journey is concerned. And just to set the background right, uh, Digital India Bhashni Division is the implementing arm of National Language Translation Mission. And the objectives which we have set out for ourselves is although we are propagating a technology, but there is vast amount of objectives which are given there. We are looking at building a strategy for a long term for language technologies. So, language solutions, language technologies, the way the future will work here, because we feel that the language and the trust that we are going to be a multilingual society will remain, right? So there has to be a thought process on how this will proceed for next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and that is what we are here for. We are also looking at, inclusivity. Inclusivity would mean that we are looking at how does these technology solutions get adopted, and when they get adopted, you are in a position to actually, use those technologies for the solutions and for day-to-day work. This is very important from all the aspects. We, of course, because of internet, we increasingly are looking at content which is English, right? And that is because internet primarily has been English. So there is a responsibility on this particular organization to increase the content of Indian languages over internet on the digital media. Then comes to technology. All this wouldn't have been possible had there not been artificial intelligence, the advent of parallel compute growth because of the graphical processing unit, that GPU is coming in, and we are looking at building that technology base, which is the AI and data science technology, forward. We are going to promote cutting edge language research on this area. So anyone who is looking at to do research is welcome to actually look at it. Then, of course, we are looking at indigenous language, intellectual properties to be generated, and the startup challenges are moving towards that. We are looking to support all of them. Then the transfer of technologies, the transfer of technologies which are being developed so that it can be used for masses is what our objective is. Incidentally, the AI models and the data sets we have developed are open source so that people can use and develop it further on that technology. We are also looking at, collaboration with national and international agencies. So, you would see us collaborating with multiple organizations and multiple agencies. The idea is not to actually say that, Bhashni is a competing technology, but idea is to say that Bhashni is a reference technology by which, people start benchmarking themselves both in terms of quality, quantity, and adoption. So that's the whole idea by which we are moving in the market. And of course, we want this language technology people to sustain, so there is a commercialization aspect to it. People should be paying for what they are using, and hence this is a idea which is basically going forward for us. And of course, we would be implementing the data policies which are time to time notified by the government through law or otherwise to ensure that privacy and secrecy is protected for all of us. So how did we go about it? We had gone about it in a systematic way. The technologies which we have currently were developed by about more than 70 odd research organizations. They are clubbed into 8 projects. Each of the projects had a consortium leader, and those consortium leaders were given specific problems, like automatic speech recognition is a specific problem on languages given to specific research organizations. And we had, multiple people working for us. One of the important aspect and what have they done till now, or what have we done together till now, is this one. We have created about 300 plus AI models. We have parallel data sets and OCR data sets, monolingual data sets, a huge amount of data sets which are available on open source, which are available today for everybody, researchers to use on this particular thing. Now, on all these models, etc., which we have generated, we have ensured that you have multiple models for the same task so that you are able to judge and use the best one. And inherently, it is imbibing competition as such. So one of the most important aspects for all this journey is, if you look at this, there has to be AI data sets first, and then there has to be AI models. And as I talked about, internet is not having data sets, Indian language data sets. So we had to create that Indian language data sets for at least 12 to 13 languages. 6, 7 languages has reasonable data sets in on internet. So we started working towards that, and uh, this is how we work upon. We we had created we have about 200 odd translators on the field. There is a specific project which is there. We capture the data on the field using a mobile app which has got a picture in it. That picture is actually taken to people who know dual languages, and they are asked to talk and transcribe or write and translate on that particular thing. And then this is monitored by our coordinators, and those coordinators are actually, then there is an in-house QC team, and there is a transcription. All this actually is a kind of first of its kind in the world, and we monitor it this way, right? The rejections and these are monitored on a dashboard centrally. You have the red extempore conversation speech which comes in, and we actually are checked for the threshold and why they are rejected or taken in, because of these reasons, right? We have these reasons which are basically some are reading prompts, some have low volume, some have intermittent noise, etc. All these is identified on a dashboard, and the rejection dashboard is put across. Then we talk about the way in which the domain is taken up. That is again tagged and labeled so that we are in a position to identify that. Typical examples are a cell means different in mathematics, in biology, in history. This word would be different. So it is important to have domain diversity on this. And then we are talking about the profession diversity, right? Which needs to be there. Again, the checking, I don't know whether it's completely visible, but it is basically saying parents and teacher, travel agent and tourist, etc., etc. All of this is actually put across here. And then the diversities in terms of gender, age, etc., because people speak and talk in different languages at different points in time in their career, as well as in terms of this thing. So this all is being done by us. First of its kind, monitored through a central dashboard at our research center. Then we train the AI models. Once the data set is built up, the parallel corpus which you see on the left-hand side, it is split into 80% training data and 20% benchmark data. There's a model creation which trains on the patterns recognition as well as pattern generation. We use GPUs obviously to do that. And there are various parameters of model testing which are taken up. World error rate for automatic speech recognition, mean opinion score for TTS, blue scores for bilingual evaluation, and character error rate for OCR. Then we, of course, have the weights applied to the models in the terms of the number of levels in which it goes through, and the utilization is monitored to figure out whether it's been actually used properly or not. Having done the models, it's not enough. If you have to implement it at any point in time, it would be very different. So we are talking about NPCI use case study. I don't know how many of you have actually witnessed it, but if you actually look at it, you would go through the entire user journey of people giving the money and then taking it to the thing. So we build up intent recognizer. Then we have the normalized script which actually comes in. You actually take the unnormalized script and decrypt it to actually see that only the normalized part goes in. Then you have inverse text normalization, which actually recognizes the money as well as the phone number. And then the entity is recognized, and then the final output is done. Now, all of this is actually about training the models. So on 18th April, we are now, that one was P2P transfer. Now we are doing these use cases with NPCI, right? So our 18th April dashboard, if you could see, was having so many reds. On 29th April, we have this dashboard. So this is a constant work which is being carried out by us to ensure that the use cases which are delivered. Why I emphasize and took this example is that any use case which you develop, is going, after the model is developed, is going to require time and energy and dedication to actually go up to this level. And hence, and once you have the trick, it is going on, it takes up very fast. You are seeing a progress in 10 days, but this progress is there after we had been at it up for about 3 to 4 months. Right? So where have we reached? If you go onto our website, you will have the language supported as well as the features supported. We have done automatic speech recognition, 12 languages. Here it is showing 14, which is progress which has happened. Optical character recognition, machine translation in all 22 languages, text to speech in 15 languages, voice activity detection, inverse text normalization, punctuation, profanity filter, named entity recognition, and audio language detection on text. All of that has been developed, and this is available. Anyone can, use that particular pre-processing, post-processing, combine and use it. This is what has been achieved till now as a platform. So, having done this, we are now looking at how do we onboard customers, right? NPCI onboarding, you saw an example which was there. These are the various activities which are required for onboarding, and since many of these things are part of our journey, although it requires, in technology, it happens that you cannot limit yourself to saying that I only do this, because if you only limit to you only do this, then, people will say, okay, you provide API, who will provide me the application? Then he will go to the person who provides application integrated with the APIs. These are the people whom we are talking about, an impressive list which actually comes across. So if you actually look at it with all these customers, we are doing all of this. So for example, if we are working for railways, we are actually working on transliteration project, because the railway stations as well as the train names have to be transliterated. They cannot be translated. So Sagar cannot become sea when you are doing this. It has to be named as a station. So it is a complete cycle which we are taking up. These are central government departments, states and ministries and banks, your state governments, social enterprises with whom we are working. Some of the MNCs, we are working for developing the products which will integrate Bhashni, and some of the private companies, we are working together to ensure that we are in a position to take this thing forward. So, where are we reaching? We are reaching, we are reaching to ensure that there are no barriers. We are embracing diversity and we are making an impact. Rough cut estimate can be 30 crores, it can be more as well, but it's about making an impact and ensuring. You want people or the college students to learn in mother language, but when you are talking about fee payment, you resort to English. That dichotomy will not work, right? You need to actually ensure that everything which you do during the day is on your natural language. Then only you will be in a position to actually ensure that people who are working are actually productive and actually not facing any barriers. So if he has to come to you to pay the fees because he does not know English, then you have failed in your objective, actually. This is how we monitor it. This is the CEO's dashboard. We know how much of it's being used. If you actually look at it, it's approximately 4 crore inferences happening daily, right? Sorry, 3.78 million inferences happening daily, 4 crore a month inferences, or almost. When I talked about every day's work being done, we talked about that, that voice is a major medium in this. We would like this to be in a very different thing. As I am speaking, if you have a choice, you should be able to learn, hear in your own language simultaneously. Schools, can we do a multilingual schools? Can we do hospitals? Can we do courts? Can we do everything which is there? And the focus is on younger generation who are so adept at AI to make it foolproof. Right? These are the use cases, and the startup, community were glad to have them, that there is a lot of embracement of these technologies which have been there, and the use cases started building up. So, use cases start from cross-language translation on a mobile. I'm speaking in one language, landing up in, say, Chennai, Bangalore. I should be able to, converse with a person who is speaking Kannada for a taxi to come in and pick me up, right? I should be doing a lot of other things which are there. For example, if I have a book which is there in Bengali, I should be able to hear that in Hindi. If I have, I have voice activated machines, then I should be able to command in my own native language, that's which case. Uh, Anything which right now what I am speaking should get transcribed. I don't need to prepare a minutes of meeting and transcribed with a speaker identification. Again, a use case which is there. And then a lot of things on chatbot which is around, which I should be able to get some information which I want, or at least post my grievance without landing up into a government service delivery department or figuring out what is to be done. So if I have stuck, if I want a legal advice, a preliminary legal advice, which can direct me to a defined set of track paths for the problems which I have, is much, much beneficial than going to the maze of things or consulting a lawyer beforehand, because I am not an expert on legal things, right? So this is what is there. Then you have speech-to-speech OCR technologies. Then you have some of the things which the other departments are thinking. You voice-to-text bucketing, video-to-text bucketing, chatbot assisting them in a regional language, clinical decision support system, can we do multilingual, conversion into FAQs, etc. And then we have multiple use cases, or again on e-commerce side, for which we have collaborated with ONDC. The idea again is to take the e-commerce or retail to the last mile, last 80%. Means currently e-commerce is actually tackling only 20% of the market. Startup ecosystem, it's building up. We would like more to participate, like students to participate and take this forward. It's a journey, as we all know. It's not it's not something which will happen overnight. But if we persevere, the things will keep going up. That's all about it. Thank you very much for listening to this.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context. And now it's very clear that we are having three segments here in this auditorium right now. One who are going to build the innovative solution, the student fraternity, and the winners who have already built something on top of Bhashini, and third is the our eminent investor community who is going to take it forward. So that's rightly said. The solutions that the BSV startups who have uh, declared as a winner have made something that is going to be adopted by a GovTech 2.0 framework soon, because the problem statements are having its own variety of novelty. So moving forward, would like to have the viewpoints of our investor community on the future of language technology and how AI is following it, and what will be the India's AI journey following the this natural language technology, the NLP and the machine learning and AI combined together, how it's going to be the AI journey for India. So would like to have Dr. Vibhuti Agrawal first to share her viewpoints on that. We're having a 5 minutes window to share your views on that, and how startups can actually avail these technologies to make their product a bit novel in segments of that? Thank you. Dr. Vibhuti, please. Can you have slide?
Very good morning to all of you. So it was a great insight by Mr. Amitabh Nag explaining the applications of Bhashni and how Bhashni is making data sets available for the further use cases and how these APIs will be open source and they will enable the startups to make forays more and more into the deep tech and basically language processing where they can interact with the consumer. So it's important to understand that the Bhashni is as a platform. It enables users to access the languages, to access the government websites and the content which is meant for general public, accessible in their language of choice. It also will create an open data and open source platform that will enable startups to create a diverse range of solutions for the government and build products on top of it. APIs will be published to create benchmark data sets and leverage the platforms to provide uh, citizen-centric solutions. So it's important to understand why it is important to reach the consumer in their preferred language. So language is still a big barrier when it comes to reaching the rural areas. So overcoming language barrier is still a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for startups. And while India continues to digitize activities at a rapid pace, language continues to be a barrier to adaptability. Internet users leveraging Indian languages is increasing at a 47 47% increase per year. So every year we are adding more and more people who are using internet for in Indian languages. So these users are increasing, and these are the persons for whom English is not the preferred language. So how to reach these customers? And whoever industry, be it fintech, be it health tech, be it any other logistic based company, if they really want to make a foray into the customer mindsets, it is important to interact to the customers in their language because it will increase their penetration. And when I'm talking of interacting, I am not talking of only translation. It is a complete user experience, which is going to be an important journey. So as the customer comes to, for example, coming to any fintech platform, so it starts with your name, give an OTP, and so this is how, at a fintech platform, suppose if it is a micro loan which is being given to a farmer, how he can avail the use of Bhashni. So when he comes to the platform, so only the translation is not important. A complete user experience has to be created, and startups have to generate solutions which will create a complete solution, complete user experience, and it is important to engage with the users. So Bhashni as a platform will, of course, provide the data sets, and a basic platform will be created and it will be provided to startups which will enable them to develop their tech on that basis. And once they are able to create that and they're able to develop that platform, they will be able to increase their reach out to more and more customers. So as more and more customers will be reached, and they have the faith, and once the machine or the platform is talking to a user in his preferred language, so there is an inherent trust and the kind of confidence that the user will develop in that product, and it will, of course, it will help in creating more reach for that solution. So all the industry and all the platform, for example, when I'm talking of healthcare, how healthcare can help benefit startups as well as rural people. So with the help of healthcare, currently what is happening, that we all know that India has a shortage of healthcare professionals. So the person who is sitting in a rural area, he finds it very difficult to go to a hospital, which is again not very close. So with the help of these language platforms, the person can talk to a to a professional in his preferred language. Also, the scans and the AI-based analysis of his, say, we have now X-rays which can be analyzed digitally, and we can have a predictive models on the base of, for example, recently I came across a startup which is developing X-ray based prediction on of lung problems and also heart problems. So using that X-rays, they can predict whether that person has any lung problem or heart problem. So just imagine if a person who is not who doesn't know the language which most of the healthcare professionals know, like Hindi and English. So if he finds it difficult to communicate in their preferred language, and if through this platform, if somehow if we can make that technology and that healthcare accessible to a person sitting in a rural area and not knowing our so-called preferred languages, so that person will have a great opportunity to have a good healthcare solutions at his fingertips. So this is one, and then fintech is of course fintech is something that now every year we are increasing the use of digital payments, which are every we are adding more and more digital payments users and more internet users to to our platform thanks to our UPI. So having such platforms at vernacular in vernacular languages and at the languages which is preferred by the users, it will definitely facilitate. And nowadays VCs and angel funds are also looking at startups which are focusing on AI based solutions, because they can also understand that usage of AI in any field, it can increase the application as well as it will uh, with time, if it is developed properly, then it will give better scalability and better results. So as angel investors, we also encourage our portfolios and other startups to have as many as AI based solutions, and to target their customers, and just to see that how they can target customers from different languages and bring them to their platform. So that is going to be very useful for the startups. So I would encourage all the startups to make use of this platform and try to develop their products and try to make them more accessible to the people speaking different languages of India, and you make use of this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vibhuti, for detailing it. So, I'd like to have next Mr. Pushpendra Shekhawat. Sir is here? Okay. So, next, Mr. Suman Sen Gupta, please. Throw some light on the role of NLP in the AI journey of India, please. We're using this small window to just to get insights what you think from the segment of language technology, please.
Yeah, it's, I think, really heartening to me to see this. First time I actually tried to think about, data sets and natural and languages and reviving and keeping languages intact was maybe about 7 or 8 years back, when I saw a YouTube video from three sisters in, I think it was in Nagaland. They were part of a small community, a tribe, one village, and they were the only people in that village who were computer literate, and they had their own complete language, which was getting lost. And the internet was the path by which they thought to keep the language intact so for future generations. We are losing languages. I think I read somewhere, maybe from an interview from Mr. Nag, that India has 100 languages with over 100,000 speakers. India is, English is a benevolent monster. I mean, I'm not even sure if it's a benevolent, but it is something which has steamrolled over all the other languages, whether it's in India, whether it's in any other part of the country. So the overarching objective of Bhashini is something which is closely linked to the culture of the country, which is closely linked to the idiom, because language is the expression of our culture. And that is something that we will lose gradually over time. We have all, and it's already there that we are losing languages. So this is an endeavor to preserve and to keep intact and to hence create. When you use a language for your day-to-day communications, that's when it evolves, it thrives, and it stays. And to that extent, I think this is a fantastic, achievement that we have. I've invested in two companies which have been in this space. The first one was around about 5 years back, way ahead of its time, which was trying to use the very earliest parts of NLP to help people in rural areas order, their daily household essentials online. So there was no order book, there was nothing in writing, no language. It was people speaking into the phone. It didn't work. It failed. It failed after about 1.5 years, after many storied investors put in a lot of money. And the story and the thought process which I want to bring here is that um, there is a linkage between ideation, between the products that you will get, the linkages that you build to ONDC, to the various government departments, to various private companies, and how you get into the market. For that, you do need investment. You do need, for want of a better word, a commercial perspective. And I think we are here to give that commercial perspective from the investment community. But it has to be a three-way effort. It has to be the investors, it has to be the young startups, it has to be the government, because the seed and the initial platform has to come from the government on this, and we are happy to take it forward. As an angel investor, where do we stand? We're different from other investors. We try to people make investments at our stage, at the early stage of development, because they're not just interested in making money, but they're also, to some extent, emotionally attached to the companies. They like the concept of what the companies are doing. And you'll find that there is a deeper sense of tie and connect, and they will try, and an angel investor or angel investor community will try to help you above and beyond the money. So I look forward to the pitching session today, and I'm very sure it will be really exciting, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Insightful session. So I'm hoping that the students came from the partner institutions, the models are getting trained, because post lunch we are going to have a benchmark testing of the knowledge that you're going to get from this particular place. Next, can we have Mr. Prabhash Dey, please? The blockchain enthusiast is going to share some views on the NLP today.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I had literally a language, shock, I will barrier, I would say. Walking and talking in English, and being growing up in an army family, so we're very much used to either Hindi or English. But 3 days back, when I was actually traveling to Ahmedabad to basically speaking, blockchain and real estate, and I started my speech around, 9-10 minutes. I spoke in English, and then suddenly one gentleman from the back seat raised the hand. I thought maybe he was asking any question, and he was like, "Sir, with all due respect, can you speak Hindi?" So I was like, okay, we are in Ahmedabad, we are in Gift City. All of them know English, but that was actually, kind of raised my eyes, ki, where are we? And, that goes back, like we have 100 plus languages, almost 22 official languages. I'm sure in this room, probably everybody can speak 3-4 languages, right? हिंदी तो सब लोग बोल ही लेते हैं. कितने लोग यहाँ पे हिंदी बोल सकते हैं? Can you raise the hands? Okay, almost 99%. How many people can speak Marathi? Cool. How many people can speak Punjabi? Nice. How many people can speak Gujarati? Okay. How many people can speak English? Awesome. So anybody I'm leaving? Anybody can speak Kannada here? No? Okay. How many people can speak hardcore Bhojpuri? Nice. Okay. So I have this experience actually when I was in an election campaign and I went to Amethi. Don't ask me for which candidate. But yeah, I had, or we actually had some food and I had this issue as well. So that is where I realized, language had so much more to learn and there's so much opportunity. As Amitabh sir really said that, whatever we're doing right now in e-commerce, we're just actually touching 20% of the surface. So we actually forget the 80% market that we are losing because we don't have the multi-language things. And whatever the Google translates, honestly, it doesn't work in real world. Or if you go little bit in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, because I have experienced that. uh, I created a very nice PPT, and then I took it to Bhubaneswar, and honestly it didn't work. And people there, they obviously come from very typical Odia, and as well as some of the Sambalpuri, like Western Odisha language, and they didn't understand. So that is where I got the point ki there's no point of writing and speaking English and doing everything in English when a majority part of Indians do not actually accept it or get it. तो या तो हमें वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज हमें एक एक यूनिवर्सल सिस्टम क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा जहाँ पे हम लोग कुछ क्यूरेट कर रहे हैं, बट देयर शुड बी कंट्रीब्यूटर्स, एंड दैट इज वेयर आई थिंक द ब्लॉकचेन कैन प्ले ए मेजर रोल. And because I work in defense, I go to different parts of India, from hill stations to seaways to borders, and I can see the variation. So one thing I would definitely request Amitabh says ki it's great what Vasini has done, but with the power of blockchain we can actually create a decentralized and distributed ecosystem. So probably the next stage is create a layer 1 blockchain, so people who have expertise in their local language, in their mother tongue. So obviously we have one mother tongue, then the people can speak the second language. So they can start contributing in the data sets that you are already building. And probably once they start, when they are contributing, other people are using. So you have a validation process. And that is how we can actually create something like tokenism, because the RBI has already accepted a sandbox. We have already created a layer 1 blockchain. Why not actually take it to languages and use it for different, like you have already been working with a lot of multinationals. But I would really want to see if we can use this for MSME, like small medium enterprises as well as startups, so that A is whatever the startups are building that can be used for multi-language and people can consume that. Whenever people actually consume that in their natural language or in their mother tongue language, we can create a tokenomics where they can also get validated and they also get tokens. So that same tokens they can use. I'm giving a business idea here. So they can use actually for purchasing products, subscribing, as well as keep, because that will create the a long term relationship with the company, and because that can be available on their wallets. So A is they can use it wherever they are. And honestly it's very difficult, because whenever you, even if you are traveling abroad and you are missing your home cooked food, or even like your traditional food, if you can actually have this, and now we can use this for different options, like having multi cuisine restaurants, going to PVR, having your own food than just popcorn and Coca Cola. even if you think about the extension that we are having right now with Udan, right? We have 100 new airports coming in, and there would be a lot of cross culture flights going from one city to another. So I think that's a huge opportunity we can look into. Even for the training and learning purposes for cabin crew, for because they majorly speak English, Hindi, and maybe one or two local languages, but we can actually put it across there so they can use it. The most important thing, what I also believe in investment world, and when we speak to any angel investors and VCs abroad, particularly for raising money, they are either speak like English, French, Germany, or with American accent. So if we can actually create something that can translate the mother tongue to that language, I think a lot of entrepreneurs, like I work with a lot of artisans, particularly who are designers, who are building products, but they only come to Delhi Hat and sell it, but the same products can also take it to the next level. So we have actually started a startup called Indie Hat. So we replicated Delhi Hat, which is offline, and now we are going and reaching out to almost 5,000 plus artisans in different parts of India, particularly the tribal, culture, the heritage we have, the artworks we have, and bringing them to the mainstream. But the only challenge is basically explaining what the product is, what are the features, and why somebody will buy it. So if we can actually create that, I think there is a lot of contributors we can bring in and create a tokenomics. So with this, I will definitely like to stop, but I will just leave a thought in your mind that as we are sitting here, know almost 3 to 6 languages, why not start contributing to Vasini and have a multi-dialect, dashboard, so that it can be used within the NLP, within the ecosystem ourselves, and taking India to the next level. So we are already kind of changing our ecosystem from India to Bharat. So if we really want to make Bharat our next superpower, then I think we need to create a brand Bharat, and not brand Bharat as the mainstream Hindi belt, but also bring Bharat as the multicultural diversity country, looking at all 22 languages that officially, but to look at some of the really village languages, some of the areas which are not in the mainstream, like Santali language, right? And I was literally loved when Sonal ma'am actually did a show recently here, and it was Sambalpuri Chow dance, and the music was so amazing, but I never heard in my life. That's the first time I heard. So if you can actually bring music, dialect, culture together and build something like brand Vasini out of brand Bharat, I think we are already having an unicorn. So with this thought, thank you so much.
Moving to the next investors, can we have Mr. Dhruv Madan, please?
Good morning, everyone. Uh, I'll start with a very basic thought. We always say let's build for Bharat. Okay, that is the core for us right now. But how do you build for Bharat? How do you communicate with Bharat? And I feel that is where language is something you would always need. And I feel Bhashini, if it brings that kind of data sets wherein you could actually build something over the top of it, I think nothing like it, because you'll see a lot of deep tech startups out there. There are startups that can do voice dubbing. There are startups which can take X-ray reports and bring in results basis that they can predict diseases basis that. But then when we talk about languages, do we even have the data set to train our models? And I feel Bhashini is doing a great job when they're building the data set, because that is the core of how you would build the technology. So on top of that, post this, while startups would always be there and they'll bring in a lot of adoption with it, but then this data set or this adoption of Bhashini or the APIs, once they get integrated into the data stack that the government is trying to build, it would again push a lot of things on the government level as well. So all the policies that are being pushed by the central government, again, when you go to a tier 4 or when you go even beyond that, the adoption is not at par. And then again the problem lies कि वहाँ का जो speaker है, they again, they would have a problem with the English interface that is given in. So this can enable a lot of adoption towards the government policies as well, and not just the private startups that can do wonders in it. So apart from this, if you look at how vernacular startups have done, if you look at the likes of maybe ShareChat or Moj or Josh, or even if you look at the likes of Winzo, uh, tier 3 and beyond has a lot to offer. You should consider them as the generation alpha. जैसे कोई 10 साल का बच्चा होगा फिलहाल, actually somebody who's born in a tier 1 is much more ahead than somebody born in Bharat right now. Even if he might be 50 years old, if you compare them to somebody who's 10 years old and born in a metro or tier 1, they have the access to internet, they know how to use stuff. But if you want the adoption to happen, you need to treat them as maybe generation beta, which is still going to be born. So they are your next set of adopters of tech. And this tech is not just about AI, but it is about anything that you're going to build. Even if you're going to build an e-commerce, they are the next set of adopters for that. So all the users would eventually be coming from Bharat. So the world is looking at India, and pretty much the reason is the fact that all the regions out there in the world, they are concentrated. Jitna adoption ho sakta tha, it has already happened. So Bharat is pretty much what everyone is looking at, and we ourselves should be looking at Bharat. And I feel Bhashini, with the data sets, with the APIs, with the ecosystem it is trying to build, I think the penetration can be massive. So anybody who's going to build in Bharat, this can really be very helpful for them. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Now, can we have Mr. Isasas Deva from BNS Ventures, please?
Namaste, Sasyakala, and good morning to all. I am really privileged to speak last in this particular panel. So we can drive like we are all talking about. We are building a ecosystem Bharat. We are working from Bharat. Even our government is running an initiative, make in India, make in India, build in India, and make for Bharat, go for local. And how these are only terms, if we can say, if we are matlab in general layman term, but are we actually leveraging these engines or startups, even people like Mr. Amitabh Nag, who have created such a beautiful platform like Bhashini, where they are providing the data sets in uh, local languages, you can say. And before me, Mr. Suman have talked about the cultural impact of the languages. The languages are the engine of communication for any culture, we can say talk about. But moreover that, for culture thing, they are also things like cultural dance, cultural music, and cultural songs, folk songs, you can say. Every people enjoys the Punjabi song, but how many people do understand the Punjabi song, the literal meaning of the Punjabi songs? They are literally less. So if we have a platforms like Bhashini, or we have a platform or app, we can where we can translate such things in real time, or those enables us to understand what we are communicating with, what we are getting the information is right, or it is good in sense of a social way or not. Like there are lots of songs in regional languages who are, if we understand that meaning, that was literally a vulgar goes away, but we enjoys a lot since it gives us some stimulus or energy, but we enjoys them. But when we understand the meaning, yeah, what the hell I did. And going from the talking about this entertainment industry, like now there is very common term coming up, pan India movie. The movies are being made in 5 to 6 different languages, so that the people from different region able to understand the scene to scene, or understand the movie in their native languages. And if we come in our daily lives, we are we are so much dependent upon internet. So but are we actually utilizing this internet to its fullest? No, because the language we are depending is English. They have the number of people who can easily converse in English is very much less in our country. And what about the things like culture things for any tier 4 cities, like from Nagaland person? A Nagaland person who have so beautiful cultural things with them, cultural music they have, cultural dance they have. If we go uh, by Mr. Amitabh ji's Bhashini platform, are we not giving them a opportunity to flourish their culture and make them enabled to access the other worlds? Look how beautiful my culture is. Like my Nagaland is also is a part of my Bharat. I can also be communicate with them in their native language by use of my device also. The real time things can be created. The people are working on it. We can leverage that initial part of work for creating our own apps, like e-commerce people are talking about. And what about the startups? Like I am in Kashmir, and I created a solution which can help a person in Kanyakumari living in a village of Kanyakumari. But can I actually solve that problem without understanding their language? For understanding their language, I need to learn their language. That will require a cycle of few months or even a year or two to understand clearly, so that I can make them enable to learn that and utilize my product working in your language, that it is very useful to you. Instead, if you are getting such a data sets or such a technology which can convert these patterns in their native languages, see how good it is for businesses, and how fast we can go towards the development of our Bharat. Talking about Bharat is not a thing. If we can enable the solution, we are leveraging. Even we must work in collaboration with the solution providers who are actually working with these people like Mr. Amitabh now have created such data sets. We can utilize them. And I'm I'd like to share an incident. Mr. Amitabh Nag was presenting in IIT Delhi some days back. So I asked him a question from the audience only, that people are using Google APIs and so so why do we use Bhashini and so his first counter was, I will like my Indian people to use my own language, not Google. So the people see how much ambitious he is for his own native languages and his country. It's our responsibility as well to work for our nation and build something which enables our Bharat to grow beyond grow global. And see, and for this particular thing, if we can use the other people's solutions, it will also grow us in a ecosystem, grows our ecosystem in a very better way. Even our development targets may be achieved even way before the targeted years we have planned. So I would like to just finish up this my conversation here.
Thank you, Ishanji. So it's a proud moment that today we also have Mr. Sachin Gupta, head of platforms from Jio also. So would like to have Amitabh sir please on stage and to facilitate Sachinji with the Bhashani badge, and Mr. Harshit Agrawal as well, please. Guys, have a round of applause, please. I would like to have Sachin sir to also share his views on the points that we were discussing previously. Please.
Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity to say something about the real customer experience point of view. So I don't have any, much, prepared for this kind of this speech, but I want to share a little bit, more practical experience which we are facing from day to day. So most of the service industry, if I would say that, the major investment on the contact center solutions because we require a lot of infra, lot of manpower, and that manpower specific to the different languages. So as a geo, we can say that we are operating across India. Now we have every state have a different languages. So we need to hire the people who are specific to the particular languages. So to handle the calls in the Gujarati, we require the Gujarati people. To handle the Kannada call, we require the Karnataka people. So same way, we have to require a lot and lot of people to manage all these customer calls with the help of our contact center. The major problems comes whenever any language specific person says that I'm going to shift to another job, and it is a very big problem for us to to see that how we will manage the calls. If sometime it happens like calls shoot up, especially in the particular language, we have to manage the manpower which is available with us to handle those calls. But I would say that as Bhashni has prepared these kind of the solutions, which will be really helpful for any service industry to manage the calls at the back end with the help of the APIs. As Mr. Amitag mentioned that the chatbot is something where we are also working on the chatbot. That chatbot can handle the calls in a complete manual conversation kind of thing in a different languages. So today I can say that with the help of AI and NLP, hardly people will assume that we are talking to real human agent or we are talking to the chatbot, and that happens only because of the invention of the artificial intelligence, NLP, machine learning, and all that, and with the kind of the solution which kind of the Bhashni has developed. I would say that the time is not far away where every service industry will require these kind of the solutions to implement to handle the customer care calls. That is the practical experience I wanted to share. With few words, thank you very much.
Okay, so from knowledge, let's just move to a bit of buzz. So now we are moving to the next point of agenda. It's like the facilitation ceremony for the winners. So as I've mentioned that this time we have done something unique. I tried to create the environment of an Oscar. So can we have that video also, please, from the control room? So just to give you an info, the innovation actually is in our DNA. So we try to frame out a medal that is a Bhashni Navachar medal, that is innovation medal. I'm translating because coming from Digital India Bhashni division, Hindi and English. So we will be facilitating our winners with these medals. Would like to have CEO sir please on stage. From winner sides, please be active and please come here in this way, please. We'll start from Dog Tunes. All winners can come here. I'll go call one by one, please. Can we have video, please? So DocTunes has developed a live transcription platform using the Bhashni APIs. Congratulations, team. A big round of applause for team DocTunes, please. Next, we have Kiffer Solutions. Kiffer Solutions have developed a cross-mobile translation application called Baatcheet, in which you can communicate in real time, even though you are not having that app on the other side. A huge round of applause for Kiffer Solutions, please. Next, we have Open Nyay. Can I have Smita and Varun on stage, please? The Jugalbandi, no introduction, all knows about it. A huge round of applause for team Open Nyay. Then the most important one and the novel one, can we have founders of Bharat Pi on stage? A hardware prototype through which the Bhashni models are miniaturized and it's getting used to create a kit to develop the hardware solutions for schools. And one founder is not with us, Saddle HQ. He has made the voice-based inventory management system. He's watching us live. Congratulations, Saddle HQ team. Thank you. And the next, oh, I forgot that. Okay. The Trupir AI, Team Trupir AI on the stage, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we are moving to the next step. So I'd like to call the first team who got the medal, Doc Tunes, to please come on stage and start your pitch. So we're having a pitching session of 10 minutes of pitch, and 10 minutes we'll give it to investors to ask questions. Please. Can we have mics, please? Yes. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes for pitch.
So hello everyone, I am Devang Bharadwaj, founder of DocTunes. So we were the winner of the Bhashni 1.0 problem statement one, which is live multilingual speech to text transcription and management platform. So when we started this building this platform around 2 months back, we identify some of the problem that is currently existing in the current speech to text software. So the major problem that we identify is that the accuracy issue. So most of the speech to text software currently out there has a uh, has has accuracy not up to the mark. It is around 10 to 20%. So 10 to 20% error rate, especially in the noisy environment. So this is this is the main issue that we identified on. Also the language limitation. So the current speech to text softwares has transcription only in English, and some of them support Hindi too, but no transcription in vernacular languages landscape, especially in India. So we identified these problems, and also the integration part of that speech to text software is also found very difficult from industry. So 70% of the professionals and the working people found it very difficult to integrate current speech to text software in their current workflow. So we identified this problem and build a solution out of it. So we built DocTune speech to text platform that transcribe real time transcription in 13 Indian languages with support of Bhashni API, and we provide multi-speaker, multi-language capabilities, and also some exciting editing tools like dictation tools and the transliteration editing tool. And we also offer 30 plus editing tools too with the download features too. So we're gonna run a demo of our product. So I have no control actually. They are controlling it. So I guess there's some issue with the system. So we're gonna move ahead. So the current market size of text to speech was $10 billion back in 2021. So the market size of speech to text was $10 billion back in 2021, but it is expected to grow to uh, $22 billion in 2025, as it is a very high CAGR of almost 25%. So our go-to-market strategies, we can use SEO and ASO for organic traffic, and we can use social media marketing and sales and distribution channel for other sales and purposes. So, so these are competitive analysis. We offer live transcription. Our system is AI powered. We offer multi speaker facility. We have a download features too. We have a transliteration editing tool, and we also provided dashboard of work management. So at last, Meeta team, myself, Devang, and my other founder is Kunal Singh Shekhawat. So thank you.
Yeah, very interesting presentation. We would have actually really liked to have seen the demo because that would have given us the used case. But just to understand, where do you think is the in terms of growth? Which sectors are you going to target first in terms of customers, and where do you see yourself in terms of the technology 6 months from today?
Okay, so first we're gonna target some government entities like there's a huge role in the Supreme Court and the High Court of the in the courtroom, and there is a lot of demand in the consumer sector also. So some YouTubers and the D2C brand also looking for some transcription platform to make their speech to into text, and there are some of the use cases in all government sectors and PSUs which we're gonna tap first. And the for the technology standpoint, we are using Bhashni, and we are also developing some our own models to make it more accurate and reliable in the future use cases.
What are those models?
So we are working on some NLP models to reduce the error rate. So we gonna focus on the user's voice, and our AI model can predict the words that the user is speaking, so that the error rate can go down as much as we can.
Can you explain a little bit about the editable tool part? Because I think that's slightly unusual in this context. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a 30 plus editing tool. You can edit your transcription, you can make it bold, italic, underline, or you can insert some images into it. Or you can also use the transliteration editing tool. For example, if you're transcribing something in Hindi, but your laptop or PC has an English keyboard, so you cannot edit that document because you won't able to write it out. So you just have to type it English, and our tool will automatically translate it into Hindi language, so that you can make that word correct with your English keyboard only. And we have also some dictation tools. For example, if you want to use some command in the transcription, for example, if you use a new line as a command, so that the transcription will begin from the new line. So these are some of the tools that we offer in the editing part. So we have also have an app. So that's our primarily product. We have an app which is called Doctunes, in which you can you can use, you can convert your any digital physical document into audiobook. So we have more than 300,000 users on our app from 180 plus country. We not updated a website, so we have user from 180 plus country and 8,000 plus subscription from 20 plus countries. So that's our main product. We built this solution only for the Bhashni problem statement. So that's a different whole product.
Okay, so what is your primary use case for utilizing these transcripts? Either writing books or writing scripts for movies, or what kind of your first target audience for
So
the
first we're
resume
gonna
market?
tap in some government sectors, so some PSUs and some courtroom that we're gonna tap first, and then we move to the more consumer side.
So why don't consumer side first? Why first government side?
Because we already have leads from the government entities, so we're gonna implement a solution there first, then we're gonna move ahead.
Sorry, how does your revenue model works, and what's your enterprise part of it, and how the
So we have a
B2G government?
freemium model. People can use our platform for free, but they have to buy our subscription plan to unlock more premium features. More premium features will include like more editing tools, unlimited projects, download features, and some of the other features too.
And do you have a like backend call center to manage all the subscriptions? How does that work?
So we integrated revenue card in our system, so it manage all the subscription and the subscription and the renewal period, all part of it done by the revenue card.
Okay, my final question is like, what is your ask, or how
We are
much?
not raising any funds.
Okay.
I just want to add one more question to it. So, how many test cases you have done in this for piloting this particular MVP of yours?
So we are currently doing that because we just started this building this. So more than 150 plus users already use our speech to text platform. There we have a small startup community back in Jaipur, so we tested some of the this tool with some of our friends and family members only. So we are in the very early stage of building this platform, because we are not focused, because we have some other product as our main goal. We just build this solution to explore some more areas toward the language solutions. So currently there is 13 Indian languages. We don't have any foreign languages as of now because we are using Bhashini API. But in our app there is 40 plus languages because we cater to all the all the users from the world. So
How many? Yeah. So, what is the most common use case of that
okay.
platform where you are catering to various countries?
Okay, so so primarily use case in our app is the people who don't want to listen don't want to read their document, they want to listen it, and it's that too in their native language. For example, if you're reading a novel that is in English, and you don't want to read it out, you wish that someone could read it out for me. So you just upload that document, select the language, and select the speed, pitch, and voice with tones, and we convert audiobook out of that document, and you can listen it rather than reading.
So, I can have a novel in English and I can
Yes, read
read
it
it
in
in
any language.
Tamil or Bangla, anything,
Yes, foreign
real
languages too.
time. Their product. Okay, interesting. And how much is the accuracy as of now?
So we have 86% accuracy.
Okay.
It varies upon the language to language, but the average out is 86%.
Okay, so what needs to be done to increase? You need to train it on.
Yes, we so more data comes in, the more the model get accurate. So
So where is the challenge? Why it is? It means where you feel is the challenge? What is it? Because the diversity or complexity of the languages, Indian languages, that the accuracy is less as of now.
yes, because there is less data set available out there in the market that is open source. So some of time we have to create our own data set, or sometimes we have to outsource it with some of the government entities or some private players too. So that's the main point.
Very nice, very interesting.
So do you, sorry, do you have a DevOps team I mean, how does your main DevOps team works?
So we have a team of 15 members.
Okay.
So we have a backend engineer, front end engineer, and cloud engineers too working in our team. So we have a full dedicated team.
And are they all, experts in different languages, or do you do the hacks to basically get the language as well for the NLP datasets?
So for the data set, we just acquire data that are open source out there in the internet, and
Okay.
some of time we have to scratch it out too. And some of the data we also got from our app too. So we aggregate some of these data sets and make our model more accurate.
So have you thought of your scale up model right now? How do you want to basically, where do you see yourself or this platform in next 2 to 3 years?
So the speech to text platform.
Yeah.
So we gonna so the primarily there's a lot of speech to text software out there in the market, but we want to play down in the accuracy part. So
Okay.
I tried many speech to text software, but they are not as accurate as I think. So it need to be improved over the period of time. So we gonna make our competitive advantage in the accuracy part. We gonna make our speech to text software more and more accurate, so it is more reliable than any other player out there.
So how are your revenues in the other startup, the other product that is going on?
Okay, so the DocTunes app has 35 lakhs ARR. Currently, we are.
And where do you want to take that project? Because considering that more focus is on that one, and I see that it is already growing. So where do you plan on to take the other one?
So it is only we already built the platform, and there's some small update we gonna do on that app, but it is already live in the App Store and Play Store. We just have to scale it to the people. So we gonna use some organic. We are using some organic channel, and we are using a paid marketing too. We are using social media marketing, Google Ads, Facebook Ads, so and Apple Ads too.
So do you want to scale that one, or do you want to scale this
We
one?
gonna do it parallelly. That's why we don't require. That's why we are not focusing on the some VC money, because we want to channelize our thing. But what we are doing in future, which product has the more potential, we gonna go with. So we are just testing it.
Understood. Thank you.
This can be complementary to that one. So
I'm having one question for you. Since I'm having my own technical team, we are building solutions for other people's. So, can we use your platform for writing our that customer certificates term where terms and conditions are we provided? If we can use them for their local languages also.
Yes, we definitely will help you out in this, because we can easily integrate that too in your system to make it more reliable. But it is average out 86%. Some of the language has. fo- So if you are some translating some, for example, French content to English, so that can also stand around 80-85%. But if you are translating some Hindi to English, sorry, English to Hindi, so we have a accuracy about 94% in it, 90 to 94%.
Okay, so and what are your competing companies in this space?
So we don't have any local competitor, but there is a company called Speechify, which is US based company. So that's a market leader in our segment. It has a $100 million ARR, that kind of scale.
And so nowadays, even Translate has that feature. Google Translate has that feature. How much is the accuracy of that, and as compared to yours?
Ma'am, it don't boils down to the accuracy only. So there's a dedicated solution. We don't only provide you translation. We provide you multiple voices options with tones, speed pitch option, and dedicated app which you can track all your previous document, and it is a workflow. So so it is not only the accuracy part. It is a dedicated solution out there.
Will it make a summary also?
We can do it, but we are not doing as of now. ChatGPT can easily do it.
So why don't you guys consider a model like there is Fireflies, there is Order. They come on the call, they they take all the speech that is going on and post that, they transcribe it. So why don't you guys either go in that direction, or why don't you consider them a competition, because they're pretty much the same stuff?
Didn't get you. Can you repeat, please?
There are softwares or bots like Fireflies or Autopilot. They come on your calls. They join the Google calls
Yes,
that
yes,
are going
I.
on. They join the meeting.
Uh-huh.
They hear all the speech that is going on, and then they transcribe it, right? So I'm asking, why don't you guys go in that model and add all the languages that you guys already have? Because again, see, Otter is much poor in comparison to Fireflies, but then both of them are very focused on English. As soon as I say something in Hindi, it won't take it, and I won't get the transcribe that I am looking at. And then that is where I feel it has a lot of potential. Then again, adding your vernacular ability on top of the English layer, which is already available, why not go in that direction? I mean,
That's why we are just testing it out. It's in beta stage. We are testing our solution out there with different scopes. So that's why we are not fully product yet. So we are just testing it out. Some of the verticals that turned out to be so we are doing some alpha beta testing.
got it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. So one issue which has been discussed quite at length on terms of accuracy, which is there. See, what happens is that in language technology, if you are above 60% accurate, people start using you, because I'll give typical examples without any political affiliation, because those are typical. You still understand Mamta Banerjee's English even if she is speaking, right? So that's a range at which people start using you, 60% plus. When we launched NPCI, and when we are launching NPCI and what you see in green, you need for financial transaction 90 plus accuracy. Beyond 90 plus, financial transactions will go wrong, and you cannot afford that. Till today, in the market, only Bhashni is executing financial transaction in a production system. So that should give some kind of idea. So when you are looking at these application where they're talking about 80 to 86% accuracy on a live transcription system, you require a human editing, but that editing would require you much lesser time than perhaps what you were doing in dictation or any other mechanism. The second part is that if you are reading out books, you are in a zone where the books would be understood, accepting some aberrations here and there. So I just wanted to give you that thing, that the moment we start using this on this particular area, this would start improving, and also it is at a current zone where you can actually put that into a practical use with a very little human intervention. No, it is not okay to have 90% accuracy. So currently, how the legal orders are done or how the systems are done is that, for example, the judge speaks, it gets recorded, then it goes somewhere. The person then transcribes the recording. That's the reason why you actually see long judgments getting, reserved, and, it is basically pronounced later. This will allow that transcription to happen online and the errors to be corrected almost online. You can still have the recording discussions, but you can just verify it. So there is a huge amount of productivity increase which you actually are able to take up. What we are doing is that over a period of time, and if you have seen in our offering, you would have seen language detection as part of the entire offering. So the language detection would mean that, as soon as you speak 3 or 4 words, the system will be automatically able to detect the language. Similarly, if you type in 3 or 4 words on the text basis, the system will automatically detect the language. So the advantage which happens is that you are enabling the multilingual courtroom environment. Some 15 to 20% of the judgments or or the cases do not come on High Court or Supreme Court because the translation has not been done. That system actually, if there is a significant productivity increase on that system, which will supposed to happen. So while in the flow of things we talk about accuracy, at the end of the day, the significant jump in the productivity which you see, if you are at a certain zone of usability, then it is a very different situation. The other thing which, of course, the courts are adopting right now is that, they are translating the judgments, the older ones, and they are, giving a disclaimer to say that this is a machine translated one. For any legal connotation, you have to refer to the English version, which is a fair ask, right? If you are reaching 90% and you're translating, then it is not. But for the new judgments or new activities, you need that accuracy which will actually come up. So that is something which we are working towards, and it will happen over a period of time. But the aim is to go into that zone where, daily transactions actually can be in multilingual environment in the language in which the people understand.
Thank you.
OpenAI, thanks.
Can we have the slides up, please? Good morning, everybody. My name is Varun, and this is my colleague Smita. We're both a part of Agami. Very quickly, before I introduce what Agami and OpenAI is, I'll ask all of you, how many of you have heard of justice or legal innovation before? Could you put your hand up, please? Two people. So, this sort of highlights why Agami exists. We haven't heard of justice or legal innovation, but we've all heard of the problems within the legal and the justice space. Just to quickly highlight a few of the problems in the system, more than 99% of Indians can't afford a lawyer to fight a court in case. More than 5.5 crore cases are pending across all courts in India. And on average, it takes about 4.5 years to resolve a case. We all have family members and friends who've been fighting cases for generations in some cases. And that's why Agami exists, because we recognize that the legal system by itself cannot solve a lot of these problems. And just like every other sector, whether it's education or healthcare, you have entrepreneurs who come in, not just from within the sector, but very often they come from other sectors, and they bring new ideas into a completely new field. And so Agami exists as a platform to bring a lot of these entrepreneurs together. And we think of entrepreneurs not just in the traditional sense of entrepreneurs. We tend to think of them as people who run startups, for-profit businesses. But we think that the entrepreneurial mindset can exist even in non-profit organizations. It can exist even within judges within the system, within lawyers and advocates within the system. And so how do we bring these like-minded people all onto a common platform so that we can all innovate and solve some of the system's problems? So that's what Agami was created to solve. We have a community of over 1,000 entrepreneurs in this space. Next. We've existed since 2018. In fact, a lot of ideas in this space didn't have an ecosystem in 2018. Simple Ideas Online Dispute Resolution had 0 startups in India in 2018. Today, ideas like online dispute resolution have become mainstream. Next. This is one such organization out of 22 institutions today that solve disputes online. This organization alone, Sama, which was recently on Shark Tank, alone has solved about 20 million cases in the last couple of months. Next. And like this, we've had today, justice innovation and legal innovation is becoming more and more mainstream. We are seeing a lot more of them, for example, show up on fairly public platforms like Shark Tank. And we hope that in the coming years, even investors build this lens for looking for organizations that are innovating in these spaces. Very critical spaces, because justice is not a siloed domain by itself. It cuts across every other domain, particularly in the finance space, education. Justice is a horizontal that works across all of these domains. Can we move on? I'm going to quickly hand over to my colleague. She will introduce the platform that we had enrolled in the Bhashni competition. Very quickly before that, OpenAI is a mission within Agami, and what it looks at is the intersection of AI and justice. We tend to think that AI has the ability to scale access to information and access to justice, but we realize that it is very expensive for organizations in this space to actually develop the tools to innovate on top of. And so one of the reasons OpenAI exists is that we build digital public goods. These are open source, freely available platforms on top of which other startups and NGOs and even government organizations can build their innovations. So we have NLP models, for example, that can read Indian court judgments. They were built and deployed here. They have more than 90% accuracy. And the second thing that we built is Jugalbandi, which I'll hand over to Smita to talk about.
Thanks, Varun. Hi, everyone. Jugalbandi, as the name suggests, it comes from an Indian classical term meaning a duet between two musicians, right? And what's that doing when we talk about justice and AI? What is Jugalbandi doing here? Our idea was, can we create a meaningful conversation between humans and a machine, which is going to provide really reliable information? Can we go next? So Jugalbandi started as a digital public good, as an open source platform that allows for any conversational ability on WhatsApp or on, let's say, Telegram or on a web app or a mobile app or your website. So think of it as an entire platform or a stack that can be applied at any interaction between a human and a digital system where there is an exchange of information or some actions have to be taken by the human. So, for example, and the example is given here. If I'm a farmer and I want to apply for a government scheme, let's say I want to buy a tractor, right? I can go on, let's say, WhatsApp, send a voice note in Odia, as you do your friends, and ask ki, mujhe, I want to buy a tractor. What are the government schemes that can provide me support for that? Because I do not have enough money as last year's harvest has not reaped. Now the bot will sort of have a follow-up conversation, a meaningful conversation to say, okay, where do you live? How many acres of land do you have? Have you already been a beneficiary of this program in the past? And so on and so forth. Basically, all these qualifying criteria questions in order to determine the eligibility of the farmer. Now, why this works, next please. Why this works is because the data on which the answers and the follow-up questions by the bot are determined has been really guardrailed. It has been determined by an authoritative organization. In the case of example of government schemes, let's say it's the myscheme.gov.in, an initiative of Digital India, which has given a list of, let's say, 1,000 government schemes. And the information to the farmer is only being relayed through that really trustworthy data set. While now, in this context, I just want to share a little bit about what are some of the features of the stack, right? Of course, multilingual, using powered by Bhashni, in order to enable last mile and grassroots access to some of these informations. It's multimodal, meaning you can send both a text or a voice note. And what's also cool is that you're able to even perform actions. So it's not just limited to, okay, I know what government scheme I'm eligible for, but what after that? Can you help me apply for that government scheme? Is there a form that I need to fill? And if so, I don't have a laptop, I don't know how to fill a form. Can I send voice note to the as responses to each of the categories in the form? We've ensured that we've been working on the architecture to make it really scalable to concurrently hundreds of thousands of users. It's entirely cloud agnostic, meaning it can be built on Azure, Google, etc. And the idea is to make it really interoperable and modular, so that as Varun was saying, equally an NGO and a government or an MNC can sort of start using it basis their comfort level. We've also tried to combine it with the interoperable protocols like Pulse, meaning that if I am somebody I'm a farmer who has an issue, but at the same time there's a woman who's facing domestic violence abuse, both of us go to the same platform and are then redirected to the relevant government agencies or NGOs. And all of that is possible because, let's say, a network of 1,000 NGOs have come together to say we will standardize the way we are categorizing our disputes or our data, and that's how users are able to get really reliable information. Cannot emphasize enough that this is an entirely open source stack, meaning we work with a huge community of developers, data scientists, technologists, lawyers, law students, designers, to actually come up with these features. We've partnered very closely with Microsoft Research as well, and are working with Meta, ThoughtWorks, which is the data science organization, and we have Akestep and many other such partners. Next, please. So Jugalbandi Manager, this is something that we have built this year. Whatever I was speaking till now would have worked very well with, let's say, 100 users, and would have worked very well with, let's say, just information accessibility. But in the last 6 months, we've been able to go beyond that to add elements of e-signing in the chat itself. So once you fill the form, maybe you need to e-sign it. Then you maybe, let's say, have to pay a challan, so you have to make a digital payment. There is an e-KYC that can be done if, let's say, you're applying for a loan on the WhatsApp chatbot. There can be an eKYC initiated by, let's say, the regulatory body. There can be also, let's say, a plugin with third-party custom APIs, meaning if today IRCTC wants to create an entire one-stop shop platform, it can look like a bot or on the website. It can really link to all of their different e-catering services. It can link to ticketing, grievance, so you can at the same time book your ticket on just WhatsApp, pay the amount there, etc. And all of these third-party APIs can be plugged in. Yeah, I think we can go to the next one. Sorry. Yeah, we can skip this. I've already explained some of this. Now this is, sorry, if you can just press pause. We'll just do the demo now, and I'll invite Varun to do that. But before that, I just want to say that Jugalbandi has been in inception since 1.5 years now. And the big focus for us has been threefold. Three big focuses. First is how do we make it really reliable, responsible, and trustworthy. Second is how do we make it scalable? That has been a big challenge for us, and of course that ties into the way of how we make it responsible. And scalability is something that we are actually very excited that we are here to be able to work with government bodies to reach population scale. And the third focus area is how can we ensure that this is able to actually improve access to justice? How can we invest in use cases and problem statements that are furthering that goal, along with, of course, many other interesting opportunities that arise? Thank you.
Very quickly, we'll jump into the demo. So all of you have seen chatbots before, right? And chatbots have, the typical feature of chatbots, if you've ever chatted with one, is that they tend to have a fixed flow. And these chatbots are trying to force you into the flow that whoever built that bot has already created. Now, the one thing that we've realized in India is that most people don't understand these flows very well, right? And typically when they communicate with these chatbots, they don't give you enough input to actually give them what they're looking for. So you almost need to imagine what would a person who was hired to do the same job that the chatbot is doing, what would they do in a situation like that? They would obviously ask a lot of follow-up questions to try and arrive at what this person really wants. So here's an example of a chatbot that we're still, in fact, in development with CPGrams. If you're familiar, CPGrams is a grievance portal for more than 90 government departments. Now, when people come onto this portal, they're expected to know which government department your complaint needs to fall under, which category of grievance, and there are more than 18,000 categories in CPGrams. Now, most average Indians would not be able to, it would take them 5 to 10 minutes to figure out where their grievance even needs to be filed. Here, what we've been able to do is, using a lot of data that CPGrams had given us about the kind of queries people are actually sending in. For example, somebody says something like, can we go next, please? I think you've gone too far. Can you go back? Go back, one more. One more. Go back one more. Okay, anyway, you can pause here. So basically, in this conversation, somebody says, I didn't receive my ticket. So the chatbot immediately says, now in the government context, it could mean IRCTC ticket, it could mean an airline ticket, it could mean a hall ticket for an exam. Here the bot says, starts asking you what kind of ticket. It says, could you please specify what kind of ticket you're referring to? Is it a train, flight, event, or something else? And so here the person says hall ticket. It immediately thinks of a follow-up question to us. So it says, is it a school exam, NET, JEE? Next. So this person says KV. Now, the bot is expected to know that KV stands for Kendriya Vidyalaya. Keep going next. One more. Yeah. So actually, what I skipped was, it figured out that it was talking about Kendriya Vidyalaya. It then asked, which exam center are you referring to, and what is the date of the exam? Now, the user, the person pretending to be the user here, has given almost no input. They've literally just given 2 to 3 words as answers. The bot has put together the entire complaint based on that limited input. So it says, I don't know if you can read it here, I think it's clear on the TV. I have not received my hall ticket for the Kendriya Vidyalaya entrance exam scheduled on April 30th at the Warangal Center. This is causing a lot of stress as the exam is approaching. So what the bot has done is it has not only synthesized the entire complaint, it's also figured out within the complex structure of categories and subcategories and ministries, it has filed it in the right ministry in the right subcategory. And this is sort of what we think, the nature of chatbots will need to be in India. We can't have fixed flow chatbots for many of the sensitive use cases that chatbots are being deployed for. We almost need it to be open and able to understand all kinds of poor input responses that we get from users. I'll close with one last part. Can we skip the demo, please? Next. Yeah, this is all the data that we had to go through to get this bot built. Can we skip this? Skip this as well. Skip this. Yeah. One more. Sorry. Next. Now, building bots in India is still the game of developers and data scientists. And if NGOs are to be empowered, and even government agencies that don't have a lot of capacity are to be empowered to build something like this, we need to make it much simpler for bots to be built. So we built something called Jugalbandi Studio. It's a user interface where you can just talk to Studio and tell it what kind of bot you want to build, and it keeps iteratively building the chatbot with your user input. You can make changes to it just by talking to it. We've not yet enabled language support. Right now, it's only in English. But eventually, we will also enable language support so that even people who speak only in regional languages will be able to build some of these chatbots and launch it on their own. With that, I'll stop here. Yeah. Thank you. Next.
No, it's very interesting to hear what you are building. So I have a couple of questions. One is, how do you see this use case, basically the customer acquisition part, right? Because I've been working in this particular sector for a long time, and when you are actually building bots, either for WhatsApp or even in Telegram, A is finding that flow. That how do you get that customer acquisition? That is number one. Number two is, as you are planning to build for Indian vernacular languages. So what's your thought process right now? How do you think that we should captivate that? Because when you're talking about Hindi, English is very different.
Yes.
And even if you're talking about Hindi, then converting into a very regional language. Again, there are like 3-4 variations are going to be there.
Yeah.
Sometimes that communication from a regional language, probably second language or third language, to mainstream Hindi, it's a long process, and people who are sitting the other side of it, who is able to reply, or once you send your grievances and stuff, they need to respond to that. Because that might lead to a litigation or maybe a legal compliance afterwards. So how do you think to basically address that issue?
Yeah. No, thank you for that.
Complication.
Yeah. First, on your question about acquisition, we are a non-profit organization. So we are actually more interested in enabling an ecosystem of vendors who can take the stack and actually deploy. So we've already got a bunch of vendors who can do this. One of the biggest challenges with government in particular is that very often a government will give one vendor a contract to build something like this. And then if that contract goes awry, you're stuck with that vendor. And then if you have to choose another vendor, you have to start from scratch. With something like this, you can kick out a vendor, have another vendor, but keep the bot. Because the IP, it's released on an Apache 2.0 license. So any customization that you create on top of it is yours. And so in this case, let's say any government department chooses to, and there are 8 government departments that we're already working with, the IP is theirs. And it is very easy, in fact, to export the bot that you've created into a single file. So basically, the bot has its own language. It's called a domain-specific language, a DSL. So you can just export the bot and literally import it into another instance of Jugalbandi. So you can create as many bots as you want just by exporting and importing that one file. The way we acquire people is, like, right now it's entirely word of mouth. Like we have like I said, a very healthy partner community, and it is just spreading through word of mouth. We had a lot of push, of course, from Bhashni has been a phenomenal supporter of ours. Microsoft has also been a huge supporter. Satya Nadella had presented this 2 years in a row. And so that has, in fact, given us a lot more demand than that we are able to actually handle. But we are I think we're in a privileged place. Like, we get to pick and choose the use cases that really interest us and force us to think about the stack in new ways. And so we are doing a pilot right now with about 20 organizations, out of which 8 are government, that force us to expand the stack's abilities. So that's where we are right now. but nothing stops anyone from. In fact, there are governments that have taken our stack and just deployed without us even knowing. Government of Bangladesh has taken our stack and deployed it in some government departments. So we think it'll. The idea is powerful enough that people will pick it up and on their own. And the incentives are lined up for vendors to take something like this because it is more advanced than any one vendor would be able to build on their own. This is the collective effort of about, I would say, close to 10 organizations.
I think most of the stocks you are now building is in Web 2, right? Do you have any plans to move to Web 3 as well?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't thought about that, to be honest with you. And
Okay.
like most of the, like India has a lot of infrastructural problems which are very basic,
Right.
And so this solves for a large part of that. We haven't gotten into Web3 use cases yet.
Okay. Cool. Maybe we can have a chart after.
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
love
there's
to.
a use case. Yeah.
The use cases he just talked about. So I'm more keen to understand the use case of Jugalbandi. Is the Jugalbandi enable us 2 or 3 different people conversation in their native languages?
It's a chatbot. You want to take that?
So think of Jugalbandi as an enabling layer between a business and a customer, right? We are in fact removed from that B2C interaction. So we are a third party in that sense, right? So if we give this, let's say, to a Tata Motors today, then they want to give it to their customers, and then the customer is basically talking to a representative of Tata Motors to resolve whatever disputes or grievances, right? So it can help people, of course, because of Bhashni, the multilingual capabilities are of course baked in. So that remains, but think of it as a B2C and not a C2C in that sense.
Yeah, got your point.
Should they have to do a lot of hackathons actually to address this? Otherwise, it would be very much like center specific.
Yeah,
फिर वो
exactly.
distribution नहीं होता. So that is why I wanted to like go to Web3, then it's pretty like
Exactly. The
straightforward
infrastructure they are talking about, we can provide them infrastructure.
So currently, you have not used any language other than English.
No, it comes out of the box with
Jugalbandi, how
Bhashni
many
is.
languages are you using?
So all Bhashni languages are supported, and we have also integrated foreign languages. So there are more than 90 plus languages already integrated into it, and it's already being deployed in multiple countries. So I'd use Bangladesh as an example. It's also in Montenegro and a couple of European countries that are exploring use cases.
So any private customers you have?
We are not particularly interested ourselves in private customers. Like I said, customer acquisition is not our incentive to do this. For us, we built it because we want as many Indians as possible to have access to information and particularly access to justice. And so we work very closely with those organizations that move those use cases forward. But the stack is general enough that it can be used for anything. So like she said, Tata Motors was also exploring Jugalbandi for sales. Now, we tell them, look, here's the stack, here's what it can do, here's a vendor who can deploy it for you, but we don't get involved in those direct use cases.
So, and what are your target customers?
Right now, I would say mostly government, because of course, government is the fastest route to get to as many people as possible. By the end of the year, we want to hit at least 20 million users, that is end users of people who are using some of these bots. So right now it is them, and it is also a function of the cost of the infrastructure. So while the stack is free, it has to sit on some cloud, and that cloud is still expensive, and particularly if you want to reach a couple of million people. So the only people right now who have the money to be able to deploy something like this are fairly large organizations and government.
And where does this data go? I mean, do you have access to the data that is being
No, we
used?
don't.
We don't.
It is it is very specifically architected in such a way that even Jugalbandi Studio, the reason it is separate from Jugalbandi Manager is because the organization that's building the bot may not be the organization that's running it. And so it is architecturally separated. So somebody builds the bot, and it can connect to Jugalbandi Manager, and through API, it just passes on the bot flow to Manager, which can sit in the government department. So let's say, for example, Bhashni decides to become a bot builder for all government departments. They can build the bot, and the department that is deploying it will own the entire infrastructure on which the bot is running. Or they could choose to have Bhashni to run it for them. But they have that option. So it is built with privacy as a central design principle.
And so whenever a user is interacting with that system, their data will only go to the government department and not Bhashini.
The use case I want to learn that you are using a term justice and you are even termed it as a open nyay.
Yes.
So, are you actually working with those courtrooms or so?
Absolutely, absolutely.
In what sense are you converting those orders in native languages?
So not exactly that way, but we are exploring a use case with the Karnataka High Court especially and general all high courts, looking at how we can create, we're calling it the judge's intelligent virtual assistant, so JIVA, meaning in a courtroom, if a judge has to access a law, right, it happens that a lawyer has come and asked the judge to refer to please Section 5 of Transfer of Property Act. Now, just that entire exercise of the judge being able to identify it sometimes takes up from like 30 seconds to 5 minutes, depending on which court you're at. So we want to reduce that to 3 seconds. So we're saying using Jugalbandi, can a judge send a voice note again in regional languages, because this can be applied in district courts, and ask for, let's say, Section 5 Transfer of Property Act, or if a lawyer has mentioned any precedent, any other case law, the name of the case, Smita versus Varun, whatever. So they can easily refer to it. The one big issue that comes up here is access to legal data. Which is also a very big focus for us, is being able to unlock access to open legal data, having maybe the Department of Justice India Code becoming the single source of truth for all of this, so that it can actually help organizations build on top of something like a Jiva.
So, are you not in a some way or other soft influencing the interpretation of judges or lawyers?
No,
Not at all, because all the answers that will come in Jiva are extractive. They will be almost like a screenshot of the law that comes to you. So it's like a snippet of that paper, and
in fact, we had built all kinds of features into Jiva where it could do comparisons between acts, etc. But judges clearly told us, and we spoke to over 30 judges before building it, that the job of interpretation is a judge's job. Our job is information retrieval in that context, right? So when a judge says, give me this, we only do that. We only give him what he's asking for, but how he interprets it and how he decides to use it in his final judgment is up to him.
What is the entry barrier in such a kind of product? What will stop other companies to quickly develop a product like this and compete?
It is not easy. It is hugely expensive, right? The amount of manpower and investment that has gone into setting up this stack, it would be very difficult for one organization by itself to do it. Like, we wouldn't have been able to do it ourselves, right? We've had a fantastic relationship, of course, with folks like Bhashni, but like I said earlier, Microsoft Research. So just to give you a sense, we have 5 developers. We don't have any developers within Agami. We contract our developers from ThoughtWorks. We have 5 of them who are permanent. We have 5 developers from Microsoft Research. And we have a bunch of developers from other companies that have given us volunteers. About 30 people work together to build this stack over a period of time. And so we think it doesn't even make sense because we've made it open source. It makes more sense for them to just take the stack and build on top of it and fork it and create something out of it. It doesn't make sense for them to, do all of this work all over again. It's about 2 years worth of R&D.
Okay, and how much investment has gone into building this product as of now?
There is, we put up our financial reports on our website. I'll direct you there. But there is the seen investment, which you will see in the report. And then there is the unseen investment of, like, for example, the Microsoft developers, we don't pay for, right? They've been given to us pro bono. So there is all of that which we otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford also, that has gone into the investment of something like this. It's in the range of several crores.
Thank you.
Next we have Kiffer Solutions. So we have to stick to the timeline. Kiffer guys, 10 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for the questionnaire. Okay, try to wrap up in 10 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pankaj, and with me, Anuj is there. So
here all the startups are here, so I would like to start with a question. Can you move to the next slide? So do you feel that you could serve better to your customers if you could afford to hire more people in your teams? Uh, if yes, we have the solution for you. So what we are building is AI workers that collaborates with your teams and humans to automate the work that your teams do daily. So this is the quick examples here are the language assistant. If you are working with a call center and you want to translate in real time from one language to another, we have a worker for you that can do that in real time. And similarly, if you want to do a research on a competitor, we have the worker for you that can collaborate with the team, get inputs, and do the work. So the major problem statement that we are targeting is most of the startups are limited on resources, and they are often busy in solving the core problem, but startup needs a lot of other tasks that are crucial for their success. So some of them are marketing, competitive research, and hiring your teams. So all of that actually wastes a lot of time for the startups, almost contributing to 30% of the time on the tasks that they do daily, which are known core part of their work. This is in India alone. This is almost 3 billion opportunity right now that will be achieved in next 5 to 10 years, as we see. So what we are building? So we are building a platform called Citizen AI, which enables startups to integrate AI workers into their day-to-day work, and these workers can not only work autonomously, but actually they collaborate with humans as team members collaborate with each other to complete any task. So for example, so what we are building are kind of a teams. In this slide, you see 3 examples. The first one is content marketing team. You have a manager who is basically responsible for publishing content every day, but there is a research needed. There is a lot of browsing needed before you can even know what to build, and you have team members who actually need to do that. We have workers who can do that for you, and they can collaborate with your manager and get instructions and then get on to work. These workers actually work in the environment that is your team members working, which is your browser itself, so that you don't have to integrate with a lot of, you don't have to struggle with integrating into the tools that you're using. So it actually integrates with most of the tools that you have already. Similarly, we are basically solving for many other use cases. Call center manager is one of those where you are allocating these workers to the calls that are coming into the system, and the translation is happening. So one of the worker that I was talking about, which is a live translator, we built through as a first use case through Bhashni APIs. It is a worker that helps you translate the calls. So how it works is you have a call center agent who has a partner, is majorly a language interpreter, which is listening as a conference into the conference call, and as the call center agent is speaking with a customer, it is live translating the call, and it is so if you see, the first one is a voice interpreter, and then the other one is the sub model is a human voice generator, so that it looks like a human voice. So this is basically a example of an AI worker that is collaborating with the human. I'll also show the example, the demo of Bachi that we have built towards the end of the PPT. The other example that I would like to talk about is how this works and works in your current environment is, this is a journalist worker, which is actually what it is doing is there is a dashboard where human is allocating the tasks, how these things should be worked. So first task is taken by AI worker, which is researching all the news, the latest news that are there. The second is a human who is selecting the news he is interested in. The third worker is actually finally writing the script, and fourth one is generating images. The fifth one is actually creating the final video and publishing it. So this is a good example of how humans are collaborating with AI worker to do the work that is needed to be done. If we talk about the global market is 70 billion. In US and India, the contribution is almost 20 billion. And because we are targeting startups, so that the market size comes out to, which is 5% market share, comes out to be 1 billion. So the revenue model is simple. We are going for a subscription model based on a team per user. So you get basic use cases for a initial $5, and then we are going for plans which can give you more and more agents. What is our unique selling point? The first one is that it's a no-code platform. It uses voice as a primary interface for the collaboration. So if you want to do anything, the voice is your key. So we have a Chrome extension that we have built in, which actually opens along with your browser, in your browser, along with the site that you're working on, whatever tool it is, and it takes instruction in the voice, and then in the AI worker in the backend, it starts working. It is cost. We are looking for, as a USP, we are looking for cost effectiveness, and we are working on few models which can run locally in the laptops, so you don't have to pay for the highest cost of ChatGPT that's going on there. Because we think voice is the major interface that people will use to collaborate with these workers and not the chat. So we are looking for multi-model, and so that we can process voice and image as well. With Bhashni, we have added support for a lot of languages, which is 22, which Bhashni supports. The one of the thing that we are also looking for local models of Bhashni that can run within the laptop, so that it becomes very fast compared to the latencies that we see today. Because this is a platform, we are looking for community marketplace so that people can build these workers and contribute. So that's a separate part that we are building. This is all the connectors are not available. We are looking to kind of build a marketplace of a lot of connectors. That's what going to make it easy to use for the startups. So to demonstrate the worker that I was talking about, which is a translate interpreter, we built an app, which is a Batchit app. It's available on Android and iOS, where you can basically, it's a dialer app, simple app, where you show the contacts. You can go to the contact, select language, and start dialing. Once you dial the number,
to show you the demo of app Batchit. Batchit is an app that allows you to talk to anyone over a call using the language of your choice and a person with a different language. So Anuj, can you open the app Batchit? So now you can see there are three menu items. First is the contact. The second one is the keypad, and third one is the setting. In the setting, you can again change your preferred language. You can open the contact, choose language Hindi, which is already selected. Can you show the drop down of all the options that we have? So we have support for all the 22 languages which are supported by Bhashni. So I'll choose Hindi, which is my contact, and for conversation with Pankaj, we'll choose language Hindi, which is already selected. Can you show the drop down of all? So my phone is ringing now.
So this is
I'm going to
a
pick up the
dialer
call.
which is right now dialing.
Hello.
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग हाउ आर यू सुप्रभात आप कैसे हैं
मैं अच्छा हूँ, आप कैसे हैं?
आई एम गुड हाउ आर यू आई एम फाइन टू मैं भी ठीक हूँ
आपकी आवाज़ ट्रांसलेट होकर आ रही है.
So this was the demo, and the app is yet not live, but we have a demo available real time also. So roadmap right now we have platform which is supporting one of the use case. We are building a Citizen AI Studio, which is a UI, which is a Chrome extension, which will be available. And some of the platform features that we are working on next is the local LLMs, just to reduce the cost, which is a key factor into adoption of our software. Voice-based input we started with already with Bashit, and we are extending it to browser as well. Fine-tuning of AI models is what we believe will be the differentiator, and there are RAG models, but we think fine-tuning is going to be the key factor. Right now, the cost is very huge, and once you start doing fine-tuning, it will outperform the RAG that people are using today. So that's going to be the key differentiator for us. A team, we are two co-founders. My name is Pankaj, Anuj is with me. We are working with a small team of 3 engineers to build the stack. What we are raising is we are raising $125K for 7% of the equity. In current state, we have small rounds, friends and family rounds already done, but we are looking for a larger umbrella to support support us.
Yeah, thank you. Good.
The app is not live on the App Store, but we have APK that we can share. On the app side? Not yet, not yet. Yeah, maybe we have not yet applied on the App Store. So we are early stage. We are prototyping with a couple of startups which are into our circle only. So we are building a use case for them to do a social media posting after researching automatically. That's what we are doing. So we don't have any. We are pre-revenue right now, but we are prototyping with a couple of startups on the use case. So we have almost invested 10 lakh plus right now into the engineering. And why we are raising this much is because we want to invest into engineering, and it's not a cost for social media and others. So engineering requires us to put a lot of effort, including data scientists and all that we need to put in. So that's why we are raising this much to add this much equity.
Can you explain the use case? You had mentioned that this app will work like an employee and teams, startups and the corporates, they will have to hire less people.
Yes.
And
So
they can be, the bots can replace the people.
yeah, we are actually not saying that we can replace people. We are saying that startups are short of people, so we are providing them with the resources that are needed. We still think humans are a core part of our ecosystem. So the use cases that we are looking at is, for example, as a startup, you want to do a blog post every other day just to make sure that your SEO is working, right? So that's the thing that no SEO company does for you. And if you want to hire them, you have to train them and tell them the topics that you want to build. So it's a lot of to and fro. With our software, with the Chrome extension itself, you have a dash. Basically, you have a studio where you allocate the tasks. You have a task. The first task is to do a research. So you allocate an AI worker to that. That AI worker has a capability to browse internet, get latest news, and as soon as it does, it displays everything there. Then you have a human worker who selects news whichever you want to go and publish. So you go as a human, collaborate with them, and then once you select the news, it goes and create a script using the LLM models. Then you go and generate images, which is another AI worker. So as all of this is done, this will be published automatically to your WordPress or whatever tools, whatever platform you are using for your website. So that's how we leverage. The most important thing we see is that the interface is very important to get it right, because if interfaces are right for collaboration, the adoption will happen.
So That product is still in development.
That product is still in
And
development.
Batchit is different from that.
Batchit, actually, there is a platform, and Batchit is just a reference app. Yeah. Yeah. You can use that AI agent, but our focus is still not on making autonomous workers because they always get they don't always get things right. So we want a collaboration as a key tool into our platforms. So although you can build it, that's not the use cases we are going after, where autonomous is the main part.
Yeah. So, don't you think you'll be competing with a lot of companies, especially the fact that in terms of your copywriting part, you have companies like Copy.ai that are already there. Then on the image part, you have somebody like Firefly when Microsoft is also there. Then you'll go to another part wherein you might be competing with somebody else. So why are you going with every category rather than solving one category and then you know uh, excelling in that rather than getting into every category? Because yeah.
I'll talk about it. So we still think that nobody has get the interface yet right. Copy.ai is another tool. You have to get a separate subscription, and you have to use another tool, which is always a pain. I don't know if Copy.ai easily integrates with human workers. I don't think it. ChatGPT is another solution. You have ChatGPT, you are using it every day, but it is still not working as a co-worker. It is majorly a knowledge base that you are referencing, right? So we have a different kind of philosophy. We want to simplify the interface. That's one part. We also believe that voice is going to be the key input, which we have not seen anybody doing, because when we collaborate with the fellow workers, we always use voice as the key thing, right? So typing is very difficult. Imagine a use case: you are creating a image with a coworker who is helping you out. You are giving a prompt typing, which is very difficult. Instead of that, you are speaking. You on a Chrome extension, you are speaking. You're saying, okay, I want an image of a astronaut. It has created an image. You say, okay, I don't want the background to be blue. It should be black. And that's how you are talking to your coworker. It makes it really easy. It opens new doors for kind of how people will use ChatGPT kind of LLMs. Another thing also is basically the differentiator actually is the interface that we are trying to build, which integrates with the existing tools that you use.
So I'll agree to the full stack part. If you're able to complete a full stack, AI solution, if you're able to build that, I agree to the fact that it might be a great solution. If it is able to do end to end, because rather than going for four different solutions, if you can provide me in one, that might work out for me. But on the voice assistant part, I'm not sure how big a use case is that, because I'm more than happy to type rather than just giving out voice
So
commands. So
yeah, so imagine you are. How do you work with your coworker? Do you type or do you speak?
I write mails also.
No, that's one use case. But mostly when you when you start brainstorming, it's a voice is the main place where you can brainstorm. Typing is very difficult to brainstorm. So things basically these are still in initial phases, but we'll see how things will become more natural to humans working with AI. Can you go back? The roadmap, I think. So yeah, so this is first quarter is January to March. Sorry. So the first quarter is January to March, which is where we have launched Batchit, and it is already there. We are also working on a startup suite, which is a set of use cases that startup requires. That's going to be our primary go-to-market strategy. So we're going to build 10 to 15 use cases that a startup requires. They can buy our subscription. All the use cases are there. So it's like a suite which every startup needs. So that's what we are working on right now, and it will go through the year for us. We are going to launch freemium model, which is our revenue model, starting from third quarter, which is where our startup suite will be in a shape to start giving it to larger audience. Platform features we are already working on browser agent.
Local LMs, we are gonna work on third quarter because right now the cost of ChatGPT or any other open, including Google, is very very high. So we are going to host our own models and local LMs also, which can host on a MacBook, so that it can integrate. Okay. So there are two parts. We are still not developing our own LLMs. There are local LLMs which are available in the market. We will do two things. One is we are going to host these local LLMs into your MacBook, which is an app that can that browsers can directly use. So that means you don't have to go to ChatGPT. It can directly use from your Mac, which this technology is already started making sense for people. So it is already there. The second part is fine tuning, which is basically a worker should know what your company is, what your logo is, what your theme and language is, which is a secondary part that will fine tune the LLMs rather than going to ChatGPT or any other, which is a very generic model.
Understood. And you're already, in terms of the platform features, you said that the browser agent is already ready.
Browser agent is almost there. We have, so it's not yet fully functional, but browser agent is already there, which is basically extension, Chrome extension. We only support Chrome right now. We don't have a Firefox support. So Chrome extension can work in your browser, so that we don't have to ask for your logins, your Gmail logins, and your all those things. So browser agent is how your coworker works, and this is how our coworker, which is very similar that way.
And when you say the content manager suite, what exactly are we talking about there?
This is basically the part, one of the feature in this Citizen AI Studio, where you can do as a startup, if you want to do a content social media. That's what this suite will be, where there will be a social media integrations and for posting your news and your daily things. So that's majorly like I showed one of the panel where you are selecting news articles and those things. So that's our SEO part.
Why would you want to go to startups for this? Because startups don't pay.
I think yes, they don't pay a lot, but the subscription fee that.
Not at all. So I mean, I'm just saying that in terms of your focus, would it make more sense to go after MSMEs?
Startups and MSMEs both. So we are not going for large enterprises. That's not our focus. We want to go to startups or MSMEs, which are basically open to, which are low on people and are open to try these things, rather than going to big enterprises, which can be one customer, very huge. That's not our kind of a go-to-market strategy. We're looking for acquiring 1,000 customers in a year. That kind of a initial strategy we are looking for.
How many people are you that you'll get 1,000?
We are 2 founders and 3 right now engineers.
So, what does the browser agent does? Is it the competitor analysis bot, or does it have a separate function?
So browser agent is a generic agent, which if you, for example, if you show it, two capabilities there. One is if you show it how to do a particular task, it can repeat it n number of times. The second part is if you want to, let's suppose, do a market research. So it can browse Google, search for you, and get the results back. One of the good use case that one of the startup was asking from us was that they have a lot of, their developers use a lot of websites where they need to kind of read, understand the content. It may be a GitHub README or particularly it's a knowledge base. So our agent, if you say understand this page, you click a button, our LLM kind of takes the input, the whole website, understands it, open the kind of a sidebar on that side of the page, and you search, you ask questions. For example, you have a GitHub page, GitHub kind of a README, where there are code examples and everything, right? You want your LLM to understand that. You don't want to ask ChatGPT because it takes you multiple angles. So if you click a button, it will become your local LLM where you ask, it will only give answers from that website's README. So those kind of use cases is where we add a lot of value, because we don't have a generic way of going through these things.
And And how long does it take to integrate all this suite for me? Like,
So,
what is the timeline for this?
from the user
Let's
perspective,
say, yeah, let's say I get onboarded. So how long does it take for this to
so
be?
if you take a startup suite from us, we'll give you most important use cases already built. So there is no effort required from you to build anything, right? So for example, a social media post agent, it is already there. Everything is there. You just start using it. So that's why we are targeting on a startup and building kind of use cases which are which they require, which we are calling a startup suite. Use 10 use cases, very important for startups. Just every startup just need it.
So what are these use cases? Can you give an example of one or two use cases?
I've
for
given
this?
one, for example, as a startup, you want your website, for example, you're a SaaS startup, you want your product to be visible when somebody search on Google. You come to our suite, you say, I want to publish blog article every day about some topic, right? It will research, it will give you the topics, you select one, it keeps doing it. Same thing with social media posts. You want to publish social media posts, it will give you what are the memes which are going on, right? It will show you, you select one, it will just go and publish.
So underneath startup suite, everything that is written is part of the startup suite, is it?
Yes, those are the capabilities.
Okay, got it. And do you have any pricing in mind when you say this is a SaaS? So do you have anything in mind? How do you want to price this?
So we are thinking of starting from very low number, which is $5 as a basic suit. We still to figure out what are the use cases we are gonna give on the $5, but we want to start with that number, and then you can keep on adding more use cases. The cost is low, and how we are managing is through local LLMs, which we think is going to be the key in terms of managing the cost for us.
And how would be your margins in these cases?
So some of the use cases we may not have any cost for running these, because these are running on your laptop in your browser. We don't have any cost to run. We have development cost. So that's where we think that we will have a large margins here.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Yeah, please.
So when did you start working on this model? How long was it, and was it your first startup? Are you full time into it?
Yeah, I'm full time into it, and this was my first startup. But before this, I worked as a CTO in another company for a year or so. Basically, staying into the startup. But this is the first startup that we are building. We started building around January, around that time. But I left job in 2022, December 2022. So it's been a year and more than that. Yes, so we actually incorporated company a way back, but it was mostly idle. So we wanted to do it, but we at that time we could not start it. So we started from January, and it's been now 4 months.
2020.
The company was registered in around July 2022.
July 2022, because there is one company, the public platform is showing one company which is ended in December 2020 only with the
No,
same name.
not our company.
No, Citizen AI.
The company name is not Citizen. Company name is Kiefer Solutions. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Pankaj. Let's move. We are getting late for the lunch, so we'll be little quick. So we have next Rupir AI, right? Okay.
Do the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for organizing this. My name is Pritish. I'm the founder and CEO of Trupeer.ai, which is world's first document to video converter. And we are using it to create GenAI learning-based platform for any content and language, breaking the barriers of languages and the form factor when it comes to learning. So that's what we are building. We are Microsoft for Startup winner, 11 Labs grant winner, etc. Next slide. Very briefly about me and my co-founder. So this is my second venture. I'm a second-time entrepreneur. My previous startup called Dozy, which was winner of GeoGen Next. Sir might know. It's scaled up to $100 million worth, and it's already still running. It's an FDA-approved device that is being used in multiple hospitals. So that's a brief background about me. I'm an IIT Bombay graduate and ex-BCG. My co-founder is also a second-time entrepreneur. So she is IIT Delhi gold medalist and ex-BCG herself. That is where I met her. And she has worked in startups such as Whitehead Junior and a crypto-based startup. My tech team consists of people from Google and Apple, people having 15, 20 plus years of experience in the technology space. So that's the overall team that we have at Trupeer. I think very briefly, the problem statement, I think we are all very aware of that, reading documents is slightly a relic of the past. We don't like to read stuff, and because our attention span has reduced to 8 seconds, and even if we read it, the retention levels are very less. A multimodal way of learning is the natural way of learning, right? That is why we have teachers in the ecosystem, right, who can talk to us and also show us something visually while we are talking. So as part of the problem statement that we have of converting document into audiobook, so that's one capability we have. We have other capability of actually also creating documents into videos. So from a learner's point of view, they have language barriers, right? Documents are typically in English, but how do you teach that to a person in Odisha or in let's say Japan? That's one of the things that we have heard from our clients, that they have lost markets in Japan or in Saudi Arabia because they didn't have capabilities, language capabilities as such, right? So it's a very big problem statement, right? They have lost markets to local players, and this we're talking about global players like Accenture. Also, from a creator standpoint, it's very difficult to create content just in time, which is easy to use and affordable for the learners, right? So to solve both of these problems, what we have created, next slide please, yeah, is this capability is the world's first document to video converter. And what you will see next is a small preview of what we have built. So we just input a 10 standard NCERT book, science book, and within, like, instantly it not only converted into a video, it did that in Hindi. And what you will see is that it understands even images. It doesn't only understand text, but it also understands images, equations, tables, anything. Any complexity of document, it will understand, and it will explain it just like a student would want to essentially learn. So I'll just play the video. And by the way, this is in pure Shuddh Hindi.
नमस्ते दोस्तों,
right? Just to
मैं
show the
सपना हूँ।
capability of
आज
what
हम
extent we
रसायन
can go
विज्ञान
to.
की एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रक्रिया अपघटन अभिक्रिया डिकम्पोजिशन रिएक्शन के बारे में सीखेंगे। दोस्तों, सबसे पहले हम अपघटन अभिक्रिया की एक सरल गतिविधि करके देखेंगे। सबसे पहले लगभग 2 ग्राम फेरस सल्फेट के क्रिस्टल्स एक सूखे बॉइलिंग ट्यूब में लेंगे। इन क्रिस्टल्स का रंग देखेंगे और फिर बॉइलिंग ट्यूब को बर्नर या स्पिरिट लैंप की लौ पर गर्म करेंगे, जैसे चित्र 1.4 में दर्शाया गया है। गर्मी से क्रिस्टल्स का रंग बदलते हुए देखेंगे और जलते सल्फर की विशिष्ट गंध को सूंघेंगे। चित्र में दिखाया गया है कि गैस को सावधानी पूर्वक अपनी नाक की ओर लहराते हुए सूंघकर आप गंध का अनुभव कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ध्यान रखें कि बॉइलिंग ट्यूब का मुंह खुद की या पड़ोसियों की ओर न हो। इस अभिक्रिया में एकल प्रतिक्रियाशील द्रव्य यानी फेरस सल्फेट क्रिस्टल्स को गर्म करके वे सिंपल प्रोडक्ट्स में टूट जाते हैं। गर्मी के प्रभाव से फेरस सल्फेट से पानी निकल जाता है और क्रिस्टल्स का रंग बदल जाता है। फिर यह फेरिक ऑक्साइड, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड और सल्फर ट्राइऑक्साइड में विघटित होता है।
Yeah. So as you saw that not only did it understand the image, but it also explained the entire equation on its own. And it was not just reading, the text. It actually explained the way humans actually learn and understand. And this video was created in like just 1 or 2 minutes from our platform. So you just input the document and the video comes out. And with the capabilities of the model such as Bhashini, giving us access to 12 languages in Indic languages, and then other text-to-speech model, what we are saying is that now there is no geographical barrier. Right? We can go as deep into the Indian hinterlands with breaking the language barriers, and at the same time we can go as global. And so, we provide 80 plus languages support, right? Be it global or local as well. Our platform is a very simple no-code to use platform wherein videos can be viewed, can be downloaded for offline access, and it is also available for both mobile as well as desktop or viewing. Next slide. As part of the challenge, we created this capability wherein if the document can essentially be read by the AI. So this is like a readout mode, and this was developed in just a few days by the team. Shows on the capability, the technological capability that the team has. So be it viewing the video or actually reading it out, both of the possibilities are there. From a learner perspective. Next slide. This is very interesting. So, even after viewing a video or going through a document, typically a lot of users have, doubts. So think of an enterprise use case. I have gone through a manual or I've seen a video of how the process has to be done on, let's say, an SAP. I still have a lot of doubts, right? How to do that, how to do this. So what we have provided is this Copilot, knowledge Copilot, wherein the user can just ask a question and the answer will come to them. So this is a RAG-based application which we have built. But what is very interesting is that not only does it give them specific answer, but will also recommend them the relevant video or the document to read to learn more, right? So essentially the entire loop of learning for a learner actually closes in that case, right? They are viewing a video, which is very natural to how humans learn. And at the same time, if they have any doubts, they can keep going back to the content specific to their doubt. Right, so this is something which has a huge application. I'll talk later when we talk about the enterprise use case where our customers are. And by the way, all of these answers obviously can be seen on WhatsApp as well. So right, just like OpenAI was mentioning, so all of these can be viewed, the answers can be viewed on WhatsApp and the videos can come on WhatsApp. Right? So this is a brief overview of the platform.
So this is TruePeer.ai's video learning platform. On this platform, anybody with no technical knowledge can easily create, watch, and download learning videos. So let's just look at some of the key features. So this is the video library where all the videos that have been created so far by the user get displayed. So the user can easily go into any specific video and watch the video.
नमस्ते दोस्तों, मैं सपना हूँ.
It's also possible to download the video for offline consumption and increase or decrease the playback speed. Now let's see how easy it is to create a new audiobook or a video on the platform. So we'll go to this tab. For this example, we'll use the Constitution of India, a page from that document in the language Bengali. We'll select language Bengali. We'll select the gender of the voice. Let's go with female. And we'll simply upload the document. Once the document is uploaded, we just click next.
1920 शताब्दीर शास्त्र खुबुन थलियो प्रकृति बारी बेसना गार्डे गुलो बरबर जम्स्तिर.
So the audio is playing and the text is getting highlighted. We can also change the speed of the audio.
Yeah, so like the document, the video creation or the audio creation happens in real time almost, right? So that's the kind of capability that we have developed. And maybe just very quickly skip to the last part of the Copilot, please.
Everybody. Great. AI knowledge assistant. Uh, so let me just ask a quick question. Great. As you can see here that the AI chatbot has responded with the answer, and it has also recommended to me the right video that I should watch to learn more about this topic.
Hi friends, I'm Sapna.
Yeah. So this is the platform that we essentially deploy in any enterprise, government, college, institute, etc. So it's a self-serve tool. They can use it as they want, and we charge them for every output that comes out.
Hi everybody. So this is Trupier.
And so that's on the user side, and the end user, essentially the learners, view the video as we said on their app or on the mobile, on the desktop, etc. They can integrate as part of their LMS as well. Right? Very quickly talking about the stack, we would be one of the very few companies out there which are in the production of the using vision models. So, like I said, understanding even images, equations is a very difficult, capability, which is something that we have built, right? And we use not only vision models, but combine that with LLMs and then text-to-speech model, right? All of them work in tandem to actually create the content. And we have a very sort of customizable, in a sense, very model wherein not only can we today use OpenAI, but we can also use Claude or we can use other open source models, right? And which is again very important from a enterprise perspective of data security, etc. We started in January, and already we have 100K US dollar of revenue. We are working with the likes of Accenture, where they are not only using it for their IT services as part of every delivery project, but they're also using it now as part of their BPO services. So that's on Accenture. We are also working with the likes of HDFC Life, where they are now implementing it as a part of the launch strategy, launching it to their agents, insurance agents. And similarly, we are working with with other organizations. We are growing tremendously. We're growing almost 2x every month, and we have an order book of 700K US dollar standing with us. So building a global company and building it out of India, and very profitable and revenue generating from the very beginning. Yeah, I think I'll just end with this capability that we are actually building a global company out of India. Let's just play this video.
El tema de la seguridad de la información. Nos concentramos en la forma electrónica. Imagine it as a cycle. Assets are at risk from threats exploiting vulnerabilities, leading to exposure. And that exposure itself constitutes a risk.
المعلومات لها ضعف يمكن استغلاله من قبل التهديدات، مما يؤدي إلى التعرض
Thanks.
No, I think it's a great use case. So just give me a couple of thoughts. How did you started it? I mean, who were your primary customers did you talk to, and how the storyboard get created? That is number one. Number two is, as you were saying that you're made in India and going for global. So which other countries are you looking? Because obviously the use cases or the customers that you have been working with mostly based out of India, or maybe they have already an offshore center outside. So what are the use cases you were looking at when you're talking about global scale? And how big is the team? When are you thinking about building it a global product? Where do you think that your other team members are going to be?
Sure.
From the language side.
Sure. So basically, our way. By the way, this is Shivali, my co-founder. So I'll take each of these questions one by one. So basically, our way of working is that actually build something and put it out in the market, and that is what we did. We created a YouTube video which actually went viral of some sorts and landed up with key players such as Accenture. And that's how that whole conversation started for us. And over the last 2 months, we have gotten impaneled as their vendor as well. And similarly, using our connects of IIT networks, of BCG networks, and also our industry connects, right? So, for example, we are working directly with the ex-chairman of NASSCOM. One of the organizations that was mentioned there is ex-chairman of NASSCOM. And similarly, from a distribution front, we are working with distributors who are very deeply entrenched into these ecosystems. So when you talk about, let's say, IT services, now that's one space that we've identified, right? So working with the likes of people from Forrester, Everest, to essentially, help us with the connects on that part, right? So we very strongly believe that technology building is very important, and so is distribution, right? Especially in this day and age of of LLMs and the ecosystem, how it is evolving. And so we have equal focus on that. And so Shivali focuses a lot on product building. She's an expert in that along with her team. We have a 5-member team at the moment. And I focus a lot on the distribution front. And using extended arm of distributors, we are doing it. As far as focus is concerned, so why we choose companies like Accenture is because they are a global company, right? And so what we're building for India is actually now getting used for their global markets, right? It's a capability now. They're saying that training as a service we want to give to our customers, and we'll charge a 5 to 10% premium on every IT service project that we essentially sell, right? So that's how we are essentially becoming a very intrinsic part of their own deliverable itself, right? And not only are we talking to companies like such Accenture, which are global in nature, but we are also in conversations with companies like Juniper in US, which is a $14 billion company. And then we are in conversations with companies in Middle East, in companies in Japan, right? And so we are looking at a very global play right from day one. I hope I answered. You want to add something?
Just one quick point. I noticed that when you did that translation of the constitution into Bengali, the Bengali accent was off. Any particular reason for that?
So we are actually using, the service providers, for example, Bhashini in this case, right? So if you feel that the accent is slightly off, right, then as the Bhashini's model basically keep improving, right? So would our output as well, right? And what we also give as a capability is that we give an option of choosing from multiple service providers, right? So, if
Yeah, the only thing I'll add there is that what you'll see in all of these models is that they initially start with accents specific to one or two languages, right? So English or Hindi. And then over time, they add capability for other languages. So I think it's definitely on the roadmap. So in 3 to 6 months, you'll see a much better accent even for Bengali.
So on the video front, when the video was playing, you guys said that it's pretty dynamic. But apart from the initial 5 second, animation which was there, rest of it I felt it's more on the lines of text to speech. So do you guys want to add anything onto it? Whether I can create full animated videos out of it, something like Portoon does, or would it be in the same format as the one shown?
Yeah. So just to clarify on a couple of points, right? One, we are not text to video, we are image to video, right? In the sense that the document has other context, it has equations, it has images. So it's understanding all of that using computer vision and then communicating that in the form of the video. So that's our core capability. If you look at usual text to video models, what they do is that they translate an idea or a thought into a video, right? Here, what we are saying is that the document already has so much rich context. We just want to communicate that in the form of a video. So that's what we have focused on. But having said that, we are adding capability to add animations, add, moving elements, adding other illustrations on top of the video to make it even more dynamic.
So the development that we did as part of this competition, the highlighting the text part, is in some way a move in that direction, right? Wherein there are more dynamic, parts to even presentation of these content, basically.
are you guys adding storytelling modes to these videos so that it can be more conversational? It will, because it is more currently it is more like I'm reading a document only.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's part of the roadmap. So if you look at the initial animation, right, that plays in the video, that's essentially what we have already built. So if you want, then that entire video can be generated in an animated manner, right? The same way as we did the initial part.
So are your guys can use case can shift towards the production industry of production of content type of people, or even people who want to create a little bit of 4 to 5 minutes of you can say explanation videos? Yeah.
Yes, so our focus is knowledge management, right? So we are essentially focused on making learning and training intuitive, right? So our use case will be that we are not doing entertainment, we are not doing those type of uses, but
Content,
within that end to end, yes.
the what will be what are the maximum length of videos you are currently having in your bandwidth?
So it can do up to 30 minutes of one single video. Yeah.
Just one quick question. What's your technology road? I mean, can you just give us a little bit of your technology roadmap over the next 8 months, 12 months?
Right. So like one of the key focus areas for us is obviously like improving the animation quality, right? So that's going to be the number one priority. Sorry? Yes, absolutely. Interactivity is something that we had already prototyped, but we haven't launched that in production. So that's number one. The second priority will be to make the system robust, right? Right now, the system is operating at a scale of, let's say, 1,000 videos a day. We want to take it to 100,000 videos a day so that multiple companies across, multiple enterprises can use it. So that's number two. The third step, which as we are working with enterprises, we are realizing that they have very different requirements when it comes to which cloud provider they want to use and which models they want to use, right? Right now, we are providing OpenAI and Claude. Over time, we will make it a multimodal architecture where you can plug and play your own model. So it's bring your own model kind of a model where our platform will have the switch in, switch out capability. So if a company wants to use their own proprietary model, they can easily switch that in so that the data remains within their server and they're fully protected. So that's sort of the broad roadmap, I would say, for the next 6 to 8 months.
And as we speak, obviously, implementation itself at any enterprise, right? So is a work in itself, right? So for example, when we're deploying with Accenture, right now that is a capability that exists with them, right? And similarly with HDFC Life and so on, right? So there are these minor customizations that keep happening. By the way, that is a
So the idea is that the one core product that we've built, which is this end-to-end knowledge management, that can be very interestingly applied across companies with very minor customizations. So the same solution that we have developed for, let's say, Accenture also works with very minor customizations for HDFC Life. So we are able to replicate that very quickly. But at a point, if we realize that, that's not working out, then we'll obviously change the model. Yeah.
So see, we have around 85% of gross margin, right? That's the kind of gross margin that we operate at, hitting the platinum standard for a SaaS company typically. So that's what we typically like to operate at. So we are very, focused on building a very, financially sound company as we speak.
And this includes the cloud costs, the data storage costs, the model cost, the LLM costs, the speech model costs, all of those costs.
That's in the 15%.
Yes.
That is the only reason you are going this slow pace in your video content creation, one by one, adding to those layers you are gonna add.
Sorry.
The layers of animation you're gonna add on this particular model only in near future, iterations.
Sorry, we didn't get to the question.
The video content you are creating, like partial animation, let's say docs. So my
Yes.
question is the addition of those. You're planning to create more interactive videos is on this particular model.
Yes, it'll operate on the same model. In fact, animation costs are cheaper compare, like custom animation costs are cheaper compared to the LLM costs and the speech costs. So that won't add much to the cost.
So are we guys can utilize your videos for training purposes? Like if we create a team of trainer instead of you can utilize your video, create our own content for that.
Yes.
Absolutely. And what will be your subscription cost also of your for customers?
Yeah. So typically, we charge 200 rupees per video that gets created, and at scale that comes down to around 150 odd rupees. Right? That's the kind of cost that we are at. And by the way, just to give a comparison, this is already 100x cheaper as well as 100x faster than what the clients typically pay. Right? So it's already, we are creating so much delta for them that it becomes a no-brainer for companies essentially.
So just for an example, like the similar kind of video that we are creating, one of our clients told us that they spend 1 lakh to 1.5 lakhs for one video, and that gets created in 14 days, right? So we've crunched that time to 10 minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes, and less than 100 times the cost.
You guys, thank you guys. Thank you. So we are having the last pitch for the session. It's Bharat Pai. Can I have Prabhuji, please? Can I have his slides?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to Bhashni team for this great opportunity. I'm Prabhu. I'm co-founder of Bharat Pai. I mean, we have been talking about Bharat so much since the beginning of this event. So we are Bharat Pai. Bharat is part of our name and what we do, what we're doing. I'll just walk you through. Bharat Pai is a hardware design company. We are based out of Bangalore. We, as the name says, Bharat Pi, you might have heard about Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and Espressif. So we are competing for them. So we are competitor for them. So this is an indigenous board, designed, developed, manufactured, assembled, everything in Bangalore. It's a made in India, made in Bangalore product. And today what we have done with Bhashini is, what if, and so far you have heard about applications that were built on super fast computers, mobile phones, which have a lot of computing power, memory power, and it has speaker, it has mics, sophisticated mics and everything, internet connectivity, faster speeds, great. But what if you had to build some of these NLP capabilities to your appliances, devices, drones, vehicles? And so far what we have seen is just Google OK, a small device, or it's on your phone, or it is an Alexa which is sitting in your home, and it requires connectivity to all of the appliances. So what if every smart, I mean, things are becoming smart now, including your fan, device, fridge, your TVs and everything. So what if we had to build an voice as an interface in Indian language, okay? What if they had to do this? And what if the system integrators can even take this and build into machines? For example, machines today break down and they just stop. Do they tell what is wrong with the machine? No. It just gives you an error code, or probably not even error code. Sometimes you have to look at the manual and see what is actually going through this. So what if the machine could actually, you could talk to the machine and machine can respond back to you, hey, one of the gates is gone away. Can you fix this? And you have to do these things to fix it. So this is something, a kind of capability which is built, and we call it as Dhwani. Dhwani is primarily, it gives you a voice to Bhashini and as well as a vocal to Bhashini, meaning it can hear and it can also speak up. Next slide, please. So Dhwani is a voice development hardware platform. You can primarily take this hardware. It's also open source. There's a schematic available, so you can build your own hardware. You can integrate it into your own appliance, or if you're building a drone, you can actually integrate it as part of your own PCB or the electronic circuit that you want. So it's multilingual, and it is plug and play, meaning even if you don't want to build your own hardware, it is available as a kit with us. You can directly integrate it into your device, appliance, machine, whatever you're building. and it integrates Bhashni SDK. It'll simplify you. It'll save time from you doing all this API integrations and stuff like that. It's pretty much comes as an SDK. You can program it as a small microcontroller, or you can also embed into a something like a Linux system, which has 16 GB, 32 GB kind of memories, where you're also able to run edge inferences, for example, your Jetson Nanos and so on. So it'll be available as a shield, and you can integrate into multiple of these boards, not just Bharatbhai boards, but any of the boards that are available in the market, and build voice interface, bring voice capability to your products. This is just a rough schematic of what Dhwani is all about. It will have a listening capability, primarily a mic, which is capable of also listening not just from one direction, from multiple directions. So we call it as for hearing capabilities with high signal to noise ratios. That means even if you're speaking low, it'll be able to hear what you're speaking about. There is also an amplifier, there is a speaker that comes out integrated, and it comes as a shield, which you can integrate. That's what plug and play. You can put it into your device appliance directly, or you can, the schematic would be available, you can build your own hardware as well as you like. Next slide. So this is how the primary flow is, where you speak, the audio capture happens, and then there is an SDK, which is Bhashni SDK, which interprets, does the language translation, and so on. And there's also a cloud-ready, all Bharatbhai boards are cloud-ready. They come with compute, network, storage, all integrated together. It'll help you to do either an edge inferencing, or you can even do a API calls. And let's say if your model is too heavy, it can even hit the cloud, do a text-to-speech or speech-to-text, all of those translations, and be able to translate it into either voice, or it can translate it into an action. Say, for example, if you say, fan on karo, right? Turn on lights in the hall, turn on fan in the kitchen. So you will be able to drive, actions by voice. It's not just about the translation part of it, but what it does after translation is something that you can drive an appliance, a vehicle, drone, motor, machines, etc. Next slide. So some of the use cases, what all you'll be able to do across industrial use cases, IoT use cases, which are pretty much smart things, how you'll be able to drive smart things with voice as an interface in Indian languages, with all the languages that Bhashni supports, at least 22 plus languages. Automotives, which is an upcoming, be it an EV. Let's say if you'd like to ask your EV, it is usually an alert that you get, your tire pressure is less, or your battery is low and stuff like that. So before you start, or probably before you get onto the bike, you could probably ask it, how's the health of the vehicle? Can I just drive for another 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers? Is it good to go, right? So these are some of the use cases that you can build. Healthcare, again, an important segment as well, where healthcare is becoming smart, including the patient care, even the home, where you have the patient care at home. So those are key essential use cases where elders want to speak in their own languages, and they will be able to interact with these healthcare systems, and you can build voice as a ready to integrate interface. Next slide. These are some of the boards which are currently in production. We cater to customers like Samsung, Suzuki, TCS, Bosch. These are some of the large enterprises. These are boards to build some of their use cases on the hardware side. And we have 20 plus universities where students use our board to build their own projects, research work. They're building some use cases just like what we saw previously in terms of language translation, voice translation, driving from voice to action if they have to do. So these are some that they're using. We have a student community, about 50,000 students right now within the community, using the boards and building their prototypes and projects and so on. We are also going to be having Dhwani introducing to Atal Tinkering Labs. We are doing a pilot across 500 schools. Atal Tinkering Labs are total in about 10,500 schools across India. So all of them would be having an access for Dhwani platform and as well as our boards in order to build much more new innovative devices, appliances, or smart things which will ease day-to-day life. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Next slide. Yeah. Right. Thank you. So that's Bharat Pi, which will be a baseboard, and then Dhwani would be a kit to be available for building voice as an interface in Indian languages to any of your products. So I ask to investors is if any of your portfolio companies building appliances, devices, drones, EVs, and so on, if they want to enable voice as an interface, it'll be happy to connect with them and explore if they can integrate this and be able to build pilots and prototypes. We're already working with 120 system integrators and startups as well, which are across automotive, healthcare, and as well as Industry 4.0, where they are also building the pilots. So that would be one ask for the investors. And for the students, if you're building your final year projects, if you're building any of your projects as part of the academics research, try Dhwani. It's also available as an open source schematic. You can probably integrate it into your own designs. If not, you can just buy it online and integrate it. We'll be selling it on Amazon as well. We sell directly. It is available in retail stores, few cities, not yet in Delhi, but will be soon in Delhi as well. And for startups, for the winners here actually, who have built your models, you're running your models and all of those inferences on high-end devices. But what if it could run on a smaller devices and be able to drive some of these use cases? We'll be happy to explore and yeah, thank you so much.
What is the cost of
model? One board. One board. So it starts from as low as 850 rupees. Yeah. And it goes up to about 10,000 per board.
What are the applications that you've developed with Samsung and Suzuki, if I can ask?
Suzuki primarily on the vehicle monitoring system.
Does this sit on OBD2?
OBD2, yes. OBD2, and then they have a specific GPS application, and these are primarily the test vehicles. So they have a different interface apart from the OBD, which collects the vehicle, how it has been driven.
Mechatronic.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Including accelerometer, gyroscopes, and so on. Yeah.
And for Samsung, which areas are you looking at?
So Samsung has two models. One is they have an internal, for example, they do a lot of these automations on their cloud infrastructures, servers, racks, and so on, where they use our Pi boards. And the other use cases, they set up their own labs within the universities and colleges.
Yeah. So that I've seen.
Yes. So that's we are vendor for them.
So the point is that, and the question which I actually had was, and why I wanted to know about the Samsung and Suzuki ones, is that when you say that this communication of diagnosis or self-diagnostic features.
Right.
So how far are you in that journey? In terms of the, does it require a lot of implementation work from your side along with the customer? I mean, this is a B2C, a B2B customer, right? So what exactly, I mean, how does that process work?
Right. So primarily, today, if you look at to drive anything functionally, right, we need a piece of hardware, and then there is a firmware which goes into the hardware, and then that firmware connects to another software which is on the cloud. Now, where we stop is we build the hardware, and that's where we make money, and then we open source the firmware. Okay, which is primarily if you have to do any peripheral interaction, interfaces, drivers, everything, that's all open source. So that speeds up the whole integration cycle for our customers, be it Samsung or startups. That's where you see a huge traction in startups because they can just readily take it up. Firmware is free. All they have to do is buy the hardware and they start integration because they are well versed with the cloud and all that stuff. Yeah. So we make money in hardware. Yeah. That's the primary use case.
I'm having a few questions.
Sure.
And what is the range of a voice? Since you are talking about drones, we can use this in drones. What will be the range of giving voices to it?
So typically, drone has your handheld controller, like a base station. So that is pretty near to you. And the drone depends on, for example, we have few boards which support up to 2 kilometers range. For example, you can use the RF communication even on the drones as well. So it can support minimum of 2 kilometers and up to 10 kilometers.
Okay. And if I go towards the business aspect of yours, how much total money you have as a revenue done till now?
So right now, in terms of rather than revenue, I'll say we started selling in about August last year, 2023. So far, we have sold about 3,000 boards. Another 10,000 in production now.
What's our average size? 850 rupees average.
No, that is the
unit price.
lowest. So if you look at the average from between the high end and the low end, so it will be around 3,000, 4,000. Yeah.
So I would like to have more words in offline as well.
Certainly. And we are closing about 500K round now. We're also funded by Métis through STPI and Pontac as well. Yeah. Pontac, yes. Prem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Professor. Thank you. Okay, so our 5 pages are now completed. So I'm moving to the next point. It's the second last point where like our CEO sir would like to interact with the student community present here. Hope you have learned, and as I mentioned in the beginning, hope your models are trained so that you can start giving good responses. So can I have Arindam here who will take up this activity for the open mic for the college students? Can I have Amitabh sir on stage, please?
Thank you, Ajay, and thank you all of the people present today. I'll take a minute to thank 3 colleges whose students are present today for learning also and to have an experience of a real-time pitching session, what happens exactly in the pitch. So thank you, students from GL Bajaj, IITTM, and Jamia for coming here, and have a big round of applause for them for attending the session. So I'm sure till this point of time, you have learned quite a bit about how startup functions and how the solution happens. So to make it more interesting and quite learning for you people also, we have a very time-bound and small activity that we have planned for you people so that you also get a hang of it. So before I introduce the activity, I will request Amit sir to a word or two with you, and then we'll just quickly jump to the activity. Thank you. Thank you, and
Yeah, sure. So, as all of you have seen, when we are discussing these pitches as well as the, grand challenges which we have organized, there are always scope of improvement and new ideas. Language has been a latent need for all of us. Each one of us want to communicate in our own language, but sometimes we were asked and told that, look, go on for an English language and then you will make your career, your life differently. So definitely like to know what you have learned, what new ideas are there. And, we would like to take these ideas forward. As I said in the beginning, that this is one of the first, initiatives which we are taking in this direction. And there would be many more such initiatives where we would be looking for more ideas, more systems, more, competition to ensure that we are in a position to, uncover all the requirements which are there with normal public in general. Yep.
thank you, sir. Judges, I would like to take a minute of yours to introduce these students. So basically, we have planned a live pitching session for the college students as well. So I would request you to take it like that these are and they'll have just 5 minutes to prepare their idea. So from whatever they have learned so far now, and for whatever background they're coming from, as in engineering or whatever stream they're coming from, and they'll be presenting 2 minutes idea about whatever they've got through learn now and they what have. So for teams, I'll quickly tell you, all of you have a form with you which have an alphabet on it, A, B, C, D, if you can all check. So all the alphabets are one team. So basically, if A is written on your form, all the A's are one. Accordingly, B, C, D, E, F. So I would request all the teams to be present alphabetic wise, A, B, C, D, like that, quickly. We'll have 2 minutes for this, 3 minutes for your idea planning, and then 2 minutes for your presentation, quick presentation. So it's 120 right now. By 122, I think all the teams should be lined up. And next 4 minutes we'll have for you to prepare your idea. Team A, can you raise your hand? Team B, Team B, Team C, C. Do we have Team C here? D, Team D, E. Who all are there in E? E, can you come this side? Come this side, please. That side, that side. Yeah, yeah. F, G, H, and I. Okay. I, you're going to merge with them. Those are I. Quickly, quickly. So we have all teams in place now. You have still got a minute so that your teams are all together. J. So all three of you are J? Okay. Anyone else in J? Okay. Okay, so I think we have all the teams in place. So it's 1:21 right now. You have next 5 minutes to prepare your idea, and then we'll call you out on the stage to present your idea. We'll be very time bound with this activity just to make it more active and lively and quick, as the lunch is already almost there for you guys. While you're preparing teams, while you're preparing your ideas, there's a special note that is mentioned in the form. Make sure your ideas are touching all those touch points so that it becomes more practical in terms of idea that you're presenting. Three more minutes remaining. And teams try to be as creative as, I know there are limited resources, but yes, creativity does not stop there. So try to be as creative as you can. Two minutes remaining. Also try to have a team name also, if you can come up with a cool name, so you can put it there. Last 1 minute remaining. That's it. So you're done with 5 minutes. I hope you've come with great ideas in a short span. That's how your creativity works. So we call the first team on stage. Team A, please come quickly. Let's have a big round of applause. These are like 5-minute ideas, and let's see what these team have got to say. And
So we have no special.
yeah, before start, I'll say there will be 3 minutes for your presentation and 1 or 2 questions from the real-time judges. So yeah, so it's 1:27. Your time starts now.
So we have got no special idea, but like everybody else does, we want to add few more features to those things. Like everybody has a thing that we transliterate those audios and text. That's the main motive of the apps actually we are developing over here. But our main feature that we want to add over in those apps would be a feedback system in which people can upload the audios and the people from native language whenever they get the time. Like we students have an app Brainly that we upload our questions and we get our answers back. So similar way we can upload those audios and those things in another language which we don't understand, and the people speaking those language can actually translate and upload. Another thing we got is gamification, that we can make it somehow like a game, that when they give an answer, they gain the points. And based on the accuracy checked by the AI models over there, can they can get the means we will have levels of those points and etc. So it will make the app more interesting and make people engage in the app more, so that they can gain points and those coupons etc. And our third will be an addition of tone, that whenever we upload any text in another language or anything in another language, we can just add an tone to it so that it can translate accordingly. So a basic problem that we face in accuracy is that we cannot translate accordingly due to the lack of that we don't know the tone. If we know the tone, it will be better to explain the text, and the local slangs actually create a huge problem while giving accuracy. So solve that problem, we can give a feature of addition of tones. Our target audience will be basically the language students who are pursuing. They can they can share their knowledge, and the other people can get to know this knowledge. This app will be basically a learning app, not a selling app. So we have not actually decided the USP and all, but our marketing will be through social media only, because that is very famous these days.
Thank you so much. You ended in time, and great idea in a short span of time. Judges, if you want to just.
And I think that
in the presentations today was that that building on that gamification element. I think that's a very good idea.
And I also want to add one more thing, like gamification, as sir has said. You want to add tones to your apps. Instead of tones, go for vocal scripts of the languages. Like each and every scripts having their own written script as well, and there are vocal scripts of those languages as well. You can implement those to get a clear and more accurate of your language inputs or outputs.
Okay, so, from my side, what I would suggest is that you have an option of creating a WhatsApp group with a Google Doc and build up this idea as a concept note on which we can perhaps engage better. We have a, digital property called Bhasha Dan. You might want to look at it and, in the lines which you have thought, see if you can improve that. Okay? So Arindam's mail ID would be there. You have an option of creating that, Google Doc, creating a concept note, and we can think of how do we take it further. Okay.
Thank you, Amitabh sir. Thank you, judges, and thank you, team. It was indeed a good idea in short span. We welcome Team B. Team B on stage. Who's Team B? We don't have Team B. Not possible. Team C? Yeah, please. Quick.
Hello everyone. This is Harpreet Singh from GL Bajaj. Our team name is Crypto Creators. So basically, our ideas is that for OpinionNet, we are creating an online platform or web application. You can say for OpinionNet. It's basically do that. Uh, just a second. We face many problems like when you approach to certain media. तो आपकी basically जो भी biased media होती है that doesn't show any particular report for kind solution. Second is you can create in our platform, you can create our own objective for your own role. Third is that there is no unusual debate questions. Means when you start, when there is a conference meeting, there will be the unusual debate. Means somebody asking random question and that's not verified through it. And at last, there is some specific political party perspective. Means every political party have then different perspective ideas. We have came up with a solution that we will create an open mind. We can say that we will create an open net. We will create an open net platform जिसमें कि आप अपने prospective अपने ideas openly share out कर सकते हो. We have used a technology called blockchain and we have integrated database with HTML CSS. Basically, we will do that कि हम application में उसकी security can we speak in English, Hindi if possible. तो हम बेसिकली हम एक ऐप बनाएंगे तो हम उसमें चीज़ें सबको इंडिकेट करेंगे जैसे हमारा ओपिनियन है तो हम कंफर्टेबली अपनी चीज़ किसी पॉइंट पर रूप रख पाएँ. अगर आप किसी सेक्शन में होता है आप कोई चीज़ पर्टिकुलर अपने पॉइंट लिख दी है पर चीज़ ये होती है कई पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आप पे प्रेशर दबाती है अपने पॉइंट्स नहीं रख पाते हो एंड कभी कभी इंटरनल अफेयर्स में आप पूरी चीज़ें रिपोर्ट पूरी चीज़ें नहीं आ पाती आपके पास. हम इस सोल्यूशन पे ये लेके आए हैं कि हम एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाएंगे जिसमें ये चीज़ें सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो रही होंगी. एंड मैम जैसे कि एवरी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कैन हैव अ पावर टू डिस्ट्रॉय एनी रिजल्ट एनी कमेंट्स. तो हम उसको ट्रांसपेरेंसी बनाने के लिए यूज ब्लॉकचेन एज अ टेक्नोलॉजी. हम प्रॉपर इंटरफेस रहेगा जिसमें आप ट्रैक करोगे अपनी चीज़ें कैसे डाली. एंड मैम अगर हम और आप इंटरैक्ट कर रहे हो तो हमारे आपके बीच की बात रहेगी या किसी चीज़ की बात रहेगी. इन दिस वी हैव यूजेस अ प्रॉब्लम की बायस मीडिया रहती है. हमने आपको बताया न्यूज़ लेटर में दिक्कत होती है. वी हैव यूज ब्लॉकचेन जिसमें कि वी हैव यूज सॉलिडिटी फॉर ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड बेसिकली इट्स एन रिएक्ट बेस्ड ऐप तो चीज़ें फिगर आउट करेगा. जस्ट अ सेकंड मैम. एंड मैम ये चीज़ें आपको ये सोल्यूशन करेगा जिससे आप पब्लिक आइडिया कोई भी पुट आउट करते हो कोई भी चीज़ आप पूछते हो अपना ओपिनियन शेयर आउट करने के लिए ये चीज़ें बेस्ट रहेगी. एंड मैम चीज़ें रही कि मेन प्रॉब्लम हमारी चीज़ में आएगी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज क्योंकि मैम ओपिनियन सब देते हैं पर एट द एंड पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैव अ प्रेशर कि उसको डिलीट कर दे. मीडिया के पास एक्चुअली रिपोर्ट नहीं पहुंचती है. अगर कोई ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया and किसी भी, अब रिसेंटली सुना होगा कि जब 3 ट्रेन क्रैश हुई थी तो कितने लोग मरे थे, किसी को एग्जैक्ट रिपोर्ट नहीं पता है, पर इफ जो बंदा हमारी वेबसाइट या ऐप यूज करेगा एंड वो अनोनिमस रहेगा, पर वो रिपोर्ट पूरी हमारे ऐप पे रहेगी, and हमारे पास ऐसी कम्युनिटी है जो वी विल बिल्ड अ कम्युनिटी, ऑल्सो इन कम्युनिटी, हम उस कम्युनिटी पे शेयर आउट करेंगे सो दैट नो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कैन हमें प्रेशर बता सके कि मैम बात ये रहती है ना कि अगर 300 मरे हैं तो हमें 200 बताने पड़ते हैं, पर हमारे रिपोर्ट में अगर 300 मरे तो 300 अगर आएंगे तो हम उसको अनोनिमस रखेंगे, अगर उस बंदे ने बताया तो हम उसको कुछ सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ गिफ्ट, वो डेटा अनोनिमस रहेगा एंड वो चीज़ें शेयर आउट करने में ईजी रहेगी, तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का कोई इशू नहीं रहेगा हमारे पास, सीन रहेगा, आपका ओपिनियन आप बेसिकली शेयर आउट कर सकते हो। एंड ब्लॉकचेन हम इसलिए यूज कर रहे हैं कि ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड सिक्योरिटी रहे फॉर बेसिस पे, कि इशू ना रहे किसी चीज में।
Thank you. Thank you.
Any question?
Any inputs?
Yeah. या यू कैन गेट ए टोकन और रिवॉर्ड्स फॉर सच, एंड कि आप अगर हमारे ऐप पे आओगे तो सर्टेन सब्सक्रिप्शन होगा कि आप जब चीज़ आ रहे हो तो रिवॉर्ड्स जा सकते हैं फॉर दैट।
No, I think it's a great idea. The only thing is how much it is doable. That is, we have to see, because normally when you keep it in anonymous, like Twitter has also started a separate platform to keep it anonymous, right? But what happened is, like, people actually started using it for more spamming purposes, and
No,
they
I
they also
understand you.
started trolling as well. So how do you basically stop this? Because that is
हेयर अनोनिमस डजंट मीन दैट आपकी आइडेंटिटी मेरे में छुपी हुई है, हम लोग कोई चीज़ होते हैं हम अपनी चीज़ बता नहीं पाते हैं, हमने बोला कि अगर हमारे पास कोई मीडिया प्रेशर, अगर आप किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में वर्क कर रहे हो तो आपके पास एक प्रेशर रहता है फॉर द रेपुटेशन ऑफ कंपनी, पर अगर आप एक लॉयल इंसान हो तो चीज़ें अगर आप फिगर आउट कंपनी से बताते हो तो चीज़ें उस वे में अनोनिमस है, नॉट इन द फेमस। और रही बात स्पैमिंग की, तो सर स्पैमिंग हर केस में होती है, आप उसको अनोनिमस रखो, नॉन अनोनिमस रखो। आप इंस्टाग्राम का एग्जाम्पल ले सकते हैं, अभी उसमें एआई लॉन्च हुआ है, ठीक है, आप उसमें अगर फेक अकाउंट बना के तभी स्पैनिंग कर सकते हो, तब भी पुलिस आपको कैश आउट नहीं करती है। हियर इज द ब्लॉकचेन इज यूज्ड, वो बिल्कुल ट्रांसपेरेंट सकते हैं मेरे और आपके बीच में, तो वो चीज हम उसको फिगर आउट वहां से, एंड प्रॉपर डैशबोर्ड रहेगा जिसमें आपको लॉगिन और ऑथेंटिकेशन जो भी आप यूज करो, लॉगिन इन्फॉर्मेशन वो ब्लॉकचेन के हैशेस टेबल में जाएंगे। वी विल यूज द गूगल एज एन ऑथेंटिकेटर, तो बेसिकली गूगल से हमने वेरिफिकेशन किया है, तो वेरिफिकेशन होने के बाद यू गेट अ पर्टिकुलर यूनिक आईडी, नॉट लाइक नॉर्मल हैश कोड, अपने यूनिक आईडी मिली आपके पास, आपने वो इनपुट डाला, देन ओनली यू कैन कमेंट और यू कैन ब्लॉग अपना ब्लॉग पोस्ट कर सकते हो उस पर, ये चीज़ रहेगी।
सो वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम में ये है कि सपोज आप अगर गूगल ऑथेंटिकेशन यूज कर रहे हो देन इट्स ए वेब टू, राइट? और आपका सपोज ईमेल एड्रेस इज योर KYC ID, जहाँ से आपको आएगा कंफर्मेशन, एंड फिर उसके बाद आप अपना डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी क्रिएट कर रहे हो, राइट? नाउ डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी में प्रॉब्लम में ये है कि सपोज मेरे नाम प्रवास है और 5 लोग भी सेम नाम पे आएंगे, राइट? फिर क्या होगा कि until and unless your wallet is connected, मेटामास्क वॉलेट जब तक कनेक्ट नहीं होता है तो वो ऑथेंटिकेट नहीं करेगा, बिकॉज सेम ईमेल आईडी में आई कैन क्रिएट 5 डिफरेंट वॉलेट्स, एंड उसको मैं सर्कुलेट करूँगा, जो आज के दिन क्रिप्टो वर्ल्ड में डंप हो रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ दैट। तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा आप सोचिए कि इसको कैसे इम्प्रूव किया जा सकता है।
सर हम आपने इसे बहुत सही एग्जांपल दिया कि एक नाम से 5 आईडी बनती है, आई एक्सेप्ट, पर अगर हम स्टार्टिंग में से आप डिजी लॉकर एग्जांपल यूज करते हो, डिजी लॉकर सबको यूनिक क्यों होता है, बिकॉज दे यूज अ वेरिफिकेशन ऑफ आधार कार्ड और पैन कार्ड, तो अगर इफ यू आर अ गवर्नमेंट सिटीजन यू हैव 3 मेन आईडीज, आधार कार्ड, पैन कार्ड, वोटर आईडी कार्ड, तो स्टार्टिंग में हम गूगल की रिप्लेस करके वी कैन टेक अ वेरिफिकेशन कि आप आधार कार्ड से करो, एंड एवरी आधार कार्ड हैव अ यूनिक कोड, तो एवरी इंडिविजुअल को है, तो वो प्रॉब्लम वहाँ से सॉल्व हो गई। सेकेंड थिंग, हम उस केस में ब्लॉकचेन यूज करें जिनके पास वॉलेट है, सो दैट जैसे सर ने कहा था रिवॉर्ड्स के लिए, तो कॉइन हम उनको वहां भेज सकें, पर जिनके पास वॉलेट नहीं है वी कैन कन्वर्ट टू द मेटावर्स सो दैट वी कैन कम्युनिटी पार्टनर और वी कैन सी द कोलैबोरेशन विद देम, तो हमारे पास जो यूजर है उनके पास भी आएंगे तो उनसे वॉलेट कनेक्ट होगा, तो वी कैन टेक द वर्किंग मॉडल की वी आर गिविंग यू द कस्टमर्स, गिव मी सम अमाउंट ऑफ परसेंटेज दैट वी ट्रांजेक्शन बिटवीन अस, वो चीज में आ सकते हैं।
थैंक्स।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
good.
बस एक काम जरूर करना, ओपिनियन शेयर करते करते, ओपिनियन फ्लरिश करते करते दंगे मत भड़का देना।
हाँ सर, वो श्योरिटी रहेगी, उसके लिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
So, again, good idea. But see, we are coming with a prejudice, and I'm consciously using the word prejudice, that, every information which is given to you is biased. Right? I think we should remove that prejudice and then start working in this concept. The concept is good, but we would be successful if we say that we will evaluate the information on its merit, right? And then express an opinion, and it would be factual.
As we know that correction is everywhere.
No, that's a assumption. See,
Yeah.
you guys are here not because there was any other undercurrent which
Yeah.
is there, right? So the point which I am trying to make is remove that prejudice, the prejudice which you have underlying,
Bias for
and
the
bias. You have a bias. The bias has to be removed, and then you work on the idea. Again, the same thing. Work on a Google Doc and try to make it a voice of the last mile. See, we all talk, and
Actually,
we are all
we have get
intellectual.
only 5 minutes, so the planning.
No, no.
is
So
not
I'm just trying to give you a track path that we all are about 20-30% of the society. The challenge is that we don't never hear the last mile. As what is that person doing who barely manages uh, 2 meals in a day, and we want that voice to come in, and that voice will be the authentic. So work with those two parameters. And if you're able to hit that parameters, then it would be a very good idea. Currently, all the platforms which work are giving you the top 20% ka opinion. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you so much. Team D, can we have Team D? Quite a bit of learning. I believe all the teams that those teams have got inputs, try and work on them. Of course, it would be a nice collaboration in future also. Guys, let's be time specific. Let's stick to 3 minutes only.
Good morning, everyone. We are presenting our idea. It is a real-time language translator, basically. देखो, हम North Indians, India, there are two vast differences in language, right? Like when a North Indian goes to South, it is very difficult to communicate because वहाँ पे बहुत कम peoples हैं जो हिंदी से familiar हैं. Whereas in North India, Hindi is at dominance. So we are planning to make a software or a device which can be fitted in a ear, just like our earbuds, which can convert the real-time audio, which can be in any language, like French, Telugu, any language, and it will be here to you in your language that you are chosen. Like it can be English, Hindi, Marathi, etc. So these are our main project.
इसमें हमारे साथ ये रहेगा जो हम सक्षम जी ने बात करी डिवाइस की. इस डिवाइस का मेनली हमारा जो टारगेट पीपल रहेंगे वो रहेंगे ट्रैवलर्स, क्योंकि जो ट्रैवलर्स होते हैं उनके सबसे सबसे ज़्यादा मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि अगर वो नॉर्थ इंडिया से साउथ में जा रहे हैं, केरला या तमिलनाडु, उनको वहाँ पे लैंग्वेज की सबसे ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती है समझने में. तो समझने के लिए ईजिली अगर वो अपनी लैंग्वेज जैसे मलयालम या फिर तेलुगु अगर वो सुनना चाहें तो ईजिली आप उस डिवाइस से कान में लगा सकते हैं, ईजिली अपने फ़ोन से कनेक्ट करके सेलेक्ट करके उस लैंग्वेज को ईजिली वो अपने डिवाइस से सुन सकते हैं, ताकि वो उनकी लैंग्वेज को समझ भी सके और साथ ही उसके ऊपर काम भी कर सके. और इसके हमारे एक और मेन टारगेट रहेंगे जो ट्रैवलर सर्विसेज होते हैं जो प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जैसे होम स्टेज हो गए, होटल्स हो गए और ट्रांसपोर्टेशंस हो गए. इनके लिए मेनली ये हमारे टारगेट पीपल्स रहेंगे.
Sir, the device will be in both here. Like अगर मैं कह रहा हूँ इनके ईयर में डिवाइस है, या सर वी कैन डू दैट टू, और वी कैन हैव कि हम दोनों के पास डिवाइस है. लाइक मेरे पास सॉफ्टवेयर भी हो सकता है, मेरे पे डिवाइस भी हो सकता है. सो लाइक मैं अगर इंग्लिश में कह रहा हूँ एंड ही वांट टू हियर इट इन हिंदी, सो मैं तो इंग्लिश में कहूँगा, बट जब उनके डिवाइस पे पहुँचेगा वो तब हिंदी में कन्वर्ट करेगा.
Just trying to, you need to think through it more. That's obvious, but the idea is good. Okay, the idea should be that, I would set my language on a device and which will be speaking as well as listening. And I should be in a position to communicate in my language, and other person should also be having that device. So I can set it in English, you can set it on Tamil, and both of us can communicate. And anybody coming with any language, for example, somebody is coming with Kannada, he wants to speak to you and you are setting Tamil, then it should be able to work.
Yeah, sir,
right?
that's what why we...
So think on it more and pen it down. Try to see the challenges which will come across, and then it will work. Then it will perhaps be working. And why should it not be mobile?
Yes, sir. We have
So it should not be mobile. I would have an idea that I and you are speaking. So I and you should be speaking in a more open fashion rather than having a mobile, you having a mobile and I having a mobile, or having a device in between. Today it's possible that I and you converse in different language with a mobile in between, right? You know, we can do that particular thing. But work on it more. I think, this will give you some good idea, but do you have the expertise to create a hardware device?
Sir, as for hardware, no, but we are working on software because I'm from BTech field. So software पे हम work कर रहे हैं. Recently we participated and we are trying to English Hindi translation. So we are trying to use more models and
Okay,
convert it.
thank you.
Thank you. We have Team E.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before beginning, I'd like to mention the name of the app that we are giving, and it's Trip T. Trip to travel and trip to get the information. So, what this app is basically about, we love to travel, right? But now, traveling is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. We require it in every field, in every perspective. We don't just travel to roam around. Even from coming from home to attend this convention, we travel through certain places. We need this app because we have certain problems that we need to deal with. And the first problem is that you need to travel, but you cannot understand the regional languages. Like, suppose you are traveling to Northeast India, but the most basic problem of that area is that certain regions do not even have internet access, and because of lack of internet access you cannot download certain things, or you cannot translate that those words instantly at the point. Or maybe if you are attending certain conventions and conferences which have something related to cultural events. Now when you are attending something which is very cultural, you would of course love to know the things that you are listening or you are seeing, and at that point you just want to watch the things and understand them in your own language. What our app is providing you is to understand it in every perspective, providing you not just the audios but also the videos and also the images. To make you more understand about the app, I'd like to call Anshita to explain it.
So the basic function of this app will be to like we are traveling somewhere and it जैसे उसमें काफ़ी सारे reasons वो मतलब करेगा तो वो लोकेशन को ट्रैक करेगा ऐप और अकॉर्डिंग टू द लोकेशन वो रीजनल लैंग्वेज में ट्रांसलेट करेगा और हमें बताएगा कि उस एरिया की रीजनल लैंग्वेज क्या है और बेसिक टर्म्स जो है वहाँ की तो 20 to 25 फ्रेजेस होंगी ऐसी और वर्ड्स जो वो हमें ऑलरेडी डाउनलोड करके दे देगा उस रीज़न की जो बेसिक होंगी जिससे कि हमें प्रॉब्लम ना हो वहाँ के नेटिव से कांटेक्ट करने में। और दूसरा होगा कि जैसे हम कहीं कॉन्फ्रेंसेस या अटेंड करते हैं वेबिनार्स जहाँ की हमें लैंग्वेजेस नहीं पता होती हैं तो वो पीपीटीज़ या उस पीपीटीज़ के थ्रू वो कैमरा एक्सेस करेगा और जो भी लिख रहा होगा उसको वो ट्रांसलेट कर देगा हमारी लैंग्वेज में।
We have identified the problem. We have given solutions. Now, moving on to the business dealing part. How will we promote the app? And who are our targeted audience? Targeted audience is everyone. Every citizen requires to travel. But we are trying to keep it more to B2B. Like when you are going to pitch to B2B companies, especially let us suppose that you want to travel to Northeast, what you need to do first? You need to book a ticket. When you are booking a ticket, as soon as you will open the site, you will see a page where you will see that certain app is there which will help you translate the local languages and as well as provide you with a free dictionary of the place. You will just download the app, you will put it on your app, and when you go to the place, it might come to your help. For the promotion, of course, the institutes which are more into technical lines as well as to the tourism promoting lines would be our main agenda or will be our center of focus. This is all that we are trying to do through our app.
Thank you so much.
But it's a traveler app. Again, it needs more thinking. So create a concept. Perhaps we can interact more on that. But create a concept why this app should be there when you have so many apps around. I see a need, but you have to put it concretely, knowing what it is, what are the apps which are there.
So it will integrate other apps like if
So put that into a concept. Put that into a concept. Okay.
Thank you so much. Team F, quick. And by the time the teams are coming in, so I think it's a moment of privilege to you people also, because stakeholders from the ministry are directly inviting you to provide your concept to us. And if it works feasible, of course, there could be in collaboration where you can work along with the team. So take it at that way that you're getting a great opportunity that way. So think about it and work accordingly. So team F, yeah.
So good afternoon everyone. So हमारी कंपनी का नाम यात्रा गो और हमारे कंपनी का सॉरी हमारी कंपनी का हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करेंगे जहाँ पे बेसिकली जो बेसिकली हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करेंगे जो हम कहीं पे भी घूमने जाते हैं जो हमें सबसे बड़ी एक प्रॉब्लम एक ट्रैवलर जो सफ़र करता है और जो झेलता है वो ये होती है कि वहाँ के प्राइसिंग की अगर एक प्रोडक्ट वहाँ का लोकल 10 रुपये में ख़रीद रहा है तो एक ट्रैवलर को वही चीज़ 100 रुपये 50 रुपये या उससे भी महंगी मिलती है हमारी कंपनी बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करेगी जो इस चीज़ को हटाएगी और एक इंटरमीडिएटरी जो होते हैं एक ट्रैवल बिजनेस में उस चीज़ को हटा के और डायरेक्ट जो सेलर है और जो कंज्यूमर है उन्हें कनेक्ट करेगी इसका सबसे ज़्यादा प्लस पॉइंट रहेगा कोई भी सेलर है उनके पास महीने में अगर एक कस्टमर आ रहे हैं वो उनको वो सामान अगर 10 रुपये में बेच रहा है हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू उनको एक महीने में ही 100 कस्टमर्स मिलेंगे जहाँ पे क्योंकि रेट कम होगा वहाँ पे ऑटोमेटिकली कंज्यूमर्स बढ़ जाएंगे उसके सो ये हमारा बेसिक थीम है इसके साथ
हेलो एवरीवन आई एम आसिफ रहमान तो मैं यात्रा गो के स्टैटिस्टिक्स के बारे में बात करूंगा मार्केटिंग स्टैटिस्टिक्स वो है कि कोविड के बाद डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म बूम किया है बहुत ज़्यादा देयर इज़ अ रैपिड इंक्रीज इन द नंबर ऑफ डोमेस्टिक टूरिस्ट इन ऑल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया और वो लोग ज़्यादातर कंफर्टेबल होते हैं कि अपने नेटिव लैंग्वेज में बात करने के लिए तो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म में वो चीज़ मिलेगी उन लोगों को जहाँ पे हम भाषनी डेटा सेट यूज़ करेंगे उनको अलाउ करेंगे कि वो अपने रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में बात करें और आसपास के नेटिव लोगों से इंटरैक्ट करें
Both of you should combine, right? The team which was there and this team should combine, right? And then try to build something.
मार्केट प्लेस फॉर लोकल गाइड्स लोकल गाइड के लिए मार्केट प्लेस मिल रही होगी इसमें तो बेसिकली जैसे हम जाएं आगरा ही जाएं तो लोकल गाइड हमें महंगे मिलते हैं अगर हम अननोन है वहाँ पे तो इस ऐप पे हमें जैसे लोकल गाइड्स मिल रहे होंगे और वैसे इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट वेबसाइट है लेकिन इसी ऐप पे मिलने से इजी टू यूज हो जाएगा एवरीवन के लिए
बेसिकली कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा ये है कि जो भी बीच में इंटरमीडिएटरीज आती हैं ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री में जो कि ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री का एक बहुत बड़ा ड्रॉबैक भी है कि लोग जो ट्रैवलर होते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा सफ़र कर रहे हैं कोविड के बाद से हमारा डोमेस्टिक टूरिज़्म ऑल टाइम हाई पे चल रहा है और अगर हम अपने लोकल कस्टमर्स को ही सेटिस्फाई नहीं कर पाएंगे तो फॉरेन टूरिस्ट को कैटर करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा
आपकी टीम ने और पहले वाली टीम ने दोनों ने दो बातें कही एक तो ट्रैवलर ऐप कहा और एक ट्रैवलर मार्केट प्लेस राइट आपका कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट ट्रैवलर मार्केट प्लेस का है और वो ट्रैवलर ऐप
का सर बेसिकली हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार कर रहे हैं
आप दोनों को कंबाइन करके कुछ सोचना चाहिए
श्योर सर
द थिंग इज हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म में डिफरेंट सर्विसेज हैं जैसे कि
इट्स अ मार्केट प्लेस ऑफ सर्विसेज राइट yes while as other one was basically giving
dedicated to
information yeah it was an information good
thank you
okay thank
Team
you
G quick Let's have a round of applause for them. This is the smallest team that we have right now. But yeah, ideas can be big.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We think of a product named Vibe Voice, which is basically a advanced emotion recognition system to enhance the capabilities of voice assistant by recognizing the user's voice and respond according to the user's emotion during the interaction. It utilizes the voice dataset provided by Bhashni dataset to train the model and adapt the tone and response of voice assistant based on user's moods and enhance the user experience with the personalized and empathic interactions. And the target audience, we especially target the audience like youth. Most of the time, everyone is using Instagram, and mostly all of them are feeling alone, feeling sad, and already in depression. Like this condition is always happening. So our main target is the youth, main target audition.
Thank you.
Sorry to say, marketing.
हेलो एवरीवन। तो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो है वाइब वॉइस। जैसा कि ये भाषण में बताया गया कि हम जो कॉल पे बात कर रहे हैं तो हम कॉल को लाइव ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं। तो जब हम कॉल को लाइव ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं तो उसमें इमोशन पास नहीं हो रहे हैं। ये जो हमारा प्रोडक्ट हो रहा है वाइब वॉइस, ये क्या करेगा, ये ट्रेन होगा भाषणी के डेटा सेट पर, इमोशन कैप्चर करेगा, उस पर ट्रेन होगा एंड जो भी हम बात बोलेंगे उसको इमोशनली समझेगा एंड एम्पैथी के साथ हर चीज़ के साथ अदर साइड में वो ट्रांसफ़र करेगा। और इसके हमारी टारगेट ऑडियंस होगी टीनेजर्स होंगे, जैसे बताया इंस्टाग्राम टीनेजर्स जो बेसिकली डिप्रेस्ड होते हैं एंड हम मार्केटिंग एंड सेलिंग हम उन कंपनीज़ के साथ करेंगे जो वॉइस असिस्टेंट बनाती हैं। एंड हमारे कंपटीटर्स जो होंगे वो जाहिर है हमारे एलेक्सा एंड सिरी एंड गूगल असिस्टेंट के लिए हमारी आइडिया था।
सोचना पड़ेगा आपको, टेक्नोलॉजी काफ़ी कॉम्प्लेक्स है
जी,
काफ़ी
कॉम्प्लेक्स है।
is not easy.
Yeah.
So try to capture technologies which will happen. Right? समय कम है इतने complex problem के लिए. Although this is the smallest of problem. You know, you can describe this problem in one sentence, but it is the technologies which are supposed to be there are very, very complex. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Team H and Team I and J, be ready. We'll just have two minutes now because we are running short on time. Team I and J, please be here only. Let's check.
Good morning, judges. Team Panic Pal here, and we are here to introduce our app Relify. So let me introduce you the problem. The problem is the lack of disaster application in our India. We have one disaster application, Sachet, by government, which only does notify. It just alert of disasters which are occurring or going to happen. So there is lack of connectivity, crowdsourcing, as well as lack of broadcasting in region-based. So our app takes crowdsourcing. Basically, it connects people like you and me and help us to donate to NGOs, and then connect NGOs to bigger NGOs and help our resources to reach from us to places where it is required. So how can we integrate Bhashini into it? Is we can integrate Bhashini by using language, multiple, since it is a location-based integration. So if a disaster is happening in Mumbai, so we need to give them protocols, disaster protocols, alerts in Marathi. So that's how we can integrate Bhashini. And since there is a lack of disaster application, I think it is very good initiative to introduce such application into the market. And we can all, and the other aspect of it is, I would like my teammate Amya to continue from here.
Actually, we could also integrate the two-pair function that they had described. We can further integrate the protocols into the videos. So it's not only just, you have to read the protocols, you can get the visuals to the protocols. Further, the integration of Bhashini is because our app is regional based, is that crowdsourcing, a lot of people from different areas would be crowdsourcing. So how to guide them to exactly reach to the point is the reason we'll be integrating Bhashini. And one more reason that could come up is why are we not integrating Google API, specifically the Google ML Kit, which supports language integration, is because Google, while it supports a lot of languages, Indian languages, it falls short on that list. So Bhashni would be a better advantage on that.
as
Thank you,
well
guys.
as we need to provide disaster protocols, FAQs, as well as surveys. So we are integrating language integration into that, so that your protocols, disaster protocols, are given in your native languages, so that everyone can understand properly what to do during the times of disaster. As well as if authorities are broadcasting some custom protocols for that region specific, they can give in their native languages, so everyone in that area is easily accessible and can easily read them. Plus survey forms, like we need feedback from our crowd as well for the same. They can also give them in their native language, and people can understand all over the world,
Sure.
all over the India.
See, the need is well felt because, such an app does not exist as of now.
Yes, sir.
But the only challenge which we have today is that how do we curate the crowdsourced interface? Because, this is a very sensitive
yeah.
area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when we are getting, the same is the case when we are trying to basically say that if there is a wrong input coming in, how do we curate it? Right?
Yes, sir. For that, we have a system of NGOs which are non-profitable and volunteers. So there are, in my area, NGOs come and take resources from us for various purposes like education and such, but they don't come for disaster because it's not reasonable for them to collect resources for disaster, as they are not able to supply to other NGOs or other volunteer agencies. But from our application, they are able to take manageable resources from us, and it's a network, means it's an already established network, and we are providing connectivity to them.
Sure. So what I would suggest is that think about it more, because again, your NGO idea is fine, but if somebody is giving you a wrong input in the crowd area,
Yeah,
right?
for that, first of all, we have the disaster alert feature, which will be taking the report from the weather report, like anywhere
No, that's
disasters.
fine. Think about it more. It's
Thank
not.
you, sir.
It's not so easy as you are saying.
Yes,
but
sir.
if somebody says that there is a cloud burst at X
Ah,
location,
yeah.
then when do you say that it's actually a cloud burst?
Sachet uses authority data from the ground up and notify people like us using that.
So why do we need then?
Yes, sir.
another
But
app?
Sachet has a problem of user interface, as well as it does not connect
user
us.
interface user interface does not warrant
Yeah,
this
yeah.
kind of effort, right?
Yeah.
User interface can be corrected in a
Yeah.
short-term project.
Yeah,
So,
but yes, sir.
so rather than thinking of the feet, the problem area is not about whether this kind of a app is required or not. The problem area is how do I actually manage and curate such a large set of inputs which
Yes,
will
sir.
come onto the app, out of which, if there is even a 20% of inputs which are not correct,
Yes,
then
sir.
we will get into a challenge. Number two, how do I express myself on this, right? Think about it more.
Yes, sir.
The idea is, need is felt, but you don't have to answer every question here. Yeah?
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So the last two teams, INJ, I think you both can come together. We are running really short of time. We'll have time divided for you. INJ team both.
Okay, so my greetings to everyone. So we are Verb Vista. That is our team name, basically. So our idea is of a speech-based API that can basically translate, interpret, and interact with various forms and documents. And basically, we come from CSE background, so we want coding languages, basically low-level languages also, to be understood easily, so that we can, so that it can help in open source contribution, or if there is some code and we want to make changes to it, and it's getting tough to understand. So, the API can make it easier for us to understand the already existing code, so that we can enhance it using our knowledge. My teammate would further describe it.
So what we are looking here is a basic edtech platform that can help people in rural areas, the remotest part of this country, to understand codes as if they were speaking to someone from their own region, and to better write those codes themselves by speaking in their own regional language and then converting them back to a software code. We think this is the most unique selling point for this product, and we have targeted everybody, including the grassroots level of India, into the most remote corners of this country. I think the marketing for this would be primarily done by various government schemes, because it not only translates to computing languages but also to human languages as well. So it solves a bunch of problems there, and ed tech companies which are looking to bring in the growing population that we have.
So let the team I also pitch.
J. Team J.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Krishna. I'm from IITM. And this is Sakshi and Ashish. We are representing Trav Guide, actually. How many of you love traveling here? Wave your hands. Okay. We are all from different states, different languages, different culture. How many have faced language barrier while traveling? Everyone, right? So we are based on a AI-based language storytelling application for travelers. While we are traveling, guiding is an important part. So we are focusing on our native language. For example, if we are traveling to a destination, we have travel guides present based on English and Hindi commonly. But having travel guides in our own native language is difficult nowadays. So we are creating a solution in our own language, travel guide in most of the destinations. Other than people talking, we are focused on a story-based travel guide for the destination. For example, if you are traveling to a museum, we will create a your own language-based story to explore that destination more well. So on the marketing basis, I'll give to Sakshi.
Got it. Both of you have
Yeah.
some idea? Come on.
Last team.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're Team Mirna. So I've had this idea for a while about a mental health chat bot that helps guide you through your afflictions. Now, my father always used to say, what divides humans is cultures they come from, but what unites us are the afflictions we suffer from. So the main idea of Mirna is that it's an application, it's a chat bot, it's also a voice assistant. So it will talk to you however you want it to. And the unique feature is that I envision there's an avatar that will dance on your screen cross-platform. Wherever you are, you just have to click on that small little avatar. It'll be a hologram of sorts, and it will jump around on your screen. It has a versatility of engagements, like it uses songs, podcasts, visuals, games to curb your mental anxiety. And well, when we were sitting here, Mr. Suman Sengupta said a very poetic line that English is a benevolent monster, and it resonated with me. So I thought that when we talk about India, everybody suffers from mental health afflictions, right? So instead of speaking in English or conveying your issues in English, we could use the Bhashini API so everybody can discuss their issues in their native languages, and our API will help them sort it through.
Sure. In the interest of time, I'll just try to. I had three ideas on travel, which was there. One idea was on codes, this thing, and one more idea was on mental health perspective. What we can do is that you are invited to actually create your own groups, run a Google Doc, create a concept note in detail, and get engaged with us. We will perhaps be able to mentor it. We will invite other people, whosoever are here, to actually see how we can mentor you. And maybe when we launch a next hackathon or GIC, you are one of the bidders for the problem statements which you have created. So work on that particular area. I invite all of you to do that and take it forward from there. Now, what I'll request is that if you students can move on to have the photographs done and can move to the lunch at the first floor, Ravi and Ajay would guide you. Huh? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's what it for all the students. Let's have a big round of applause. It was Great mix of ideas. A special announcement for the students. Students, please move out. We'll have a group photo over there, and then you can move out for the lunch. And before you leave the premises after lunch, please meet me and please fill in your details before leaving, so that it helps in for your certificates also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arindam. Before we move for lunch, would like to have the enablers who came late but always in front in the ecosystem enablement. Would like to have Amitabh sir, please facilitate Mr. Mukesh Kestwal, a front road warrior in the ecosystem enablement. Can we have Neha? Can we have the badges, please? Can we have a round of applause, please? Then Amit ji, please. Please, a round of applause, please. So we didn't announce the runner-ups, but we are having the badges for runner-ups also. I'll name them, but right now we have a present with the Pulastya AI. The team is here, so we'd like to have the Pulastya AI team to come and collect the badge. Yeah, thank you, sir. So it's just a small vote of thanks because I know we all are hungry and actually the food is also getting cold. So thank you all for coming and getting assembling in this ecosystem event that we have designed only for the voice-based startups. And would like to thank the investor community, especially on behalf of entire Digital India Bhashni division, that this is the first event that we did in which the financial angle is included and startups are actually feeling energetic about it. Not about the funding, but they have learned a lot from it. And when we conceptualized the Bhashni Startup Velocity, we thought of that what is now proved was once only imagined. So all the 5 use cases were actually sourced from the departments and the key problem statements. So thank you all for coming in. Thank you all the winners. Thank you the student community and thank you entire DIBD team, our KPMG team and the Celebral team for helping us and making it happen. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So we'll request like investors to please also move on. We are having a group photograph there in the front of Dr. Ambedkar statue. Investors are requested to go to the VIP dining area so that sir can have a session with you there.